What's up, bros? Today I'm going to reveal another drama and another new stuff. So stay tuned, and also I will watch some videos I like personally. I like the videos about the animals, everything which is crawling, flying, and some other stuff like philosophical I like as well. And something political, something more thoughtful and less thoughtful as well. Just anything what I like, I will reveal anyway. And right now, I'm going to watch the video of the Sam Hyde on Ethan Klein's H3 audience. It's called Israel. It's just a mix of the words here, but it's actually more or less nicely viewed. I mean, 42K isn't that big of a number, but still, I think that should be watched somehow. So yeah, we're gonna reveal this. The iDubbbz is Dog, Firebird, and Drama. So what does Sam Hyde did with the iDubbbz this time?
And I'm doing it for my daughter.
We got Steven Novak with 20 bucks.
I think I might be an idiot, Chris. I can barely read or talk. I'm like struggling to talk coherently.
We got Steven with 20 bucks. Have you ever read That Hideous Strength by C.S. Lewis? Any thoughts on C.S. Lewis's space trilogy? Oh, this is great.
I read Palastra. Is that part of the That Hideous Strength novel? Yeah, I think I read Out of the Silent Planet, and I didn't wasn't my didn't care.
We got.
I'm sure there's something there that I'm missing. I just did not take the time to. Oh my God!
This one's nuts. You heard this one?
He's laughing so hideous. Actually, I'm not really sure what does hideous mean. I will search it right now. I mean, I'm kind of realizing what it is. Like hideous. Ah, yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Jesus,
Yo,
man.
holy shit!
Hey everybody, it's me, Joe. Telling everybody to remember, protect your rights, protect your rights. You don't gotta wear nothing on your face just to get it to stop you from getting a disease. It's your right, whatever you want to wear on your face or not. You don't gotta listen to anybody. You don't have to listen to anybody. So if you don't want to wear a mask, don't wear a mask. Take it from me.
Corona Joe? Is this topic already 3 years 3 years ago outdated? Like, what is he's even talking about? Like, Corona? Come on, man. 2025 is outside.
Who's Banner?
Actually, the girl is looking good.
We got Commander Cody with 25 bucks. When will you start doing NPC lives on TikTok?
I mean, what kind of drama is this?
Stream drops off, goes down to 15.
I'm not.
Get banned quick. Damn. Holy man.
I'm not really understanding this video, to be honest. That's just the Sam Hyde spelling some stuff and just watching the random videos like I do, to be honest. And I'm not seeing any commentary from anyone. What is this channel even dollar stream. Is this the same height crew member, or who is this guy? Victim culture. Okay, I think he's just making the cuts of the same height. Yeah. Nothing too special to see. So let's watch some news. Mm-hmm. Deportation army, ICE, protests. What are the recent news? Veterans march on Washington. What?
There's Trump's head.
Veterans are against Trump? I thought they are pro-Trumpist.
In a toilet. I'm saying that Trump is a load of crap. You don't just cut 50% of the people that are with the VA. That's wrong.
The Trump administration is cutting thousands of jobs from the Department of Veterans Affairs.
I depend on them for my health care. All those people that are in there have fought in combat, have put their lives on the line, and now they're being shit on.
Hey guys, it's Albie. We're out here in Washington, D.C. at the Unite for Veterans rally to learn more about the federal cuts to the VA and to show support to our troops.
First of all, they need to stop it with trying to cut personnel. The reason that we had an influx of personnel is because the VA was not running efficiently years ago.
The Department of Veterans Affairs is swinging the axe, aiming to slash nearly 15% of its workforce.
The Trump administration is calling this an aggressive reorganization,
including with as many as 80,000 staff cuts.
80,000 jobs. They're cutting 80,000 jobs. That seems like a lot, but this could just be the start of massive.
Let me see. Laid off 5,400 probationary workers. So the workforce has been cut drastically, and
cutting staff from the VA means that there's going to be delays in getting services. There's going to be delays in seeing mental health providers. And when I first got out of the Army, it was very difficult to get seen right away. Say you have a cavity. By the time that you would get seen, the cavity would end up being an extraction rather than filling, because it would take months for you to get seen.
Instead of having an appointment next week, now you have an appointment next month, or you have appointments delayed, or you go there and things aren't working correctly.
I'm a veteran and I use the VA for healthcare and veteran services. It's been slowly getting worse and it's a struggle. So an appointment I went to in January, I was called and told that my appointment needed to be canceled because they're no longer working with a VA. Made another appointment. That one got canceled because they're no longer working with a VA.
And that's because of what? Because of these they're cutting everything, right? Because of that?
Yeah, everything's difficult. And so now I'm on my third referral. This is supposed to be better service than getting service.
Yeah, I just saw the VA is the Department of Veterans Affairs. I'm not familiar with the American kind of support of the veterans, and now I'm see. So he is, I mean, the Trump is cutting the VA employees, or what? What did he exactly do?
Because the VA was not running efficiently years ago.
The Department of Veterans Affairs is swinging the axe, aiming to slash nearly 15% of its workforce.
The Trump administration is calling this an aggressive reorganization,
including with as many as 80,000 staff cuts.
80,000.
So the Veteran Affairs, the Department of the Veteran Affairs in the US is actually cut for about the 18%. And yeah, I get why the veterans actually are ranting about it and complaining, because that's really affecting their services and payments. So let's see what they will say actually about this.
Service inside the VA.
Suicide ideation. If they're already thinking about harming themselves and you don't see them right away, you could potentially lose that person. We had several cases of veterans committing suicide in the parking lot of the VA because they couldn't get seen. That's absolutely not the way we should be treating our veterans. This proposed cutting of funding to different agencies is absolutely irresponsible.
I think the biggest delay right now is for those of us that are just sending in our paperwork, getting it reviewed, and then having somebody get back to us.
Really, what we're trying to do is make sure that veterans don't lose their benefits, and those who need to get them, get them. Because like I said, it shouldn't take 8 years. And some people take even fucking longer than that. And that's really unacceptable. And now you want to talk
What the
about
LGBT flag is doing there?
destroying the VA. Understand,
The,
if you get rid of
I thought
80,000
that's
jobs,
the
you are
veteran rant, not the LGBT community, but whatever, I guess.
destroying the VA.
It's all these people that work for the VA that are going to be losing their jobs or have already lost their jobs, and how it's affecting their families and them.
A friend of mine in North Carolina woke up to an unceremonious email saying, "Hey, thanks for your service, but fuck off." That's happened to veterans all over the country, and there was no cause, there was no performance issues. It was simply to satisfy the ego of a couple of men.
We've always stood with the vets, and you know what? The vets have always stood with the Dropkick Murphys, so we're here for each other. And, we consider ourselves patriotic Americans.
What
and when
the
shit
hell
ain't
is
right,
this cosplay?
We're gonna speak up, you know? So that's what
Holy shit, man.
it's all about. And guess what? Shit ain't right!
As I stood and watched the most
That's
popular
really
band in
chaotic.
Boston history perform, I could feel the weight of history on my shoulders. Shout out to the veterans, man. We out here, man. 10 to 5. So we got the Dropkick Murphys coming off stage right now at the United for Veterans rally. And can you tell us about this rally out here today?
Unite for Vets, standing up for the veterans and federal workers who have lost what they've already worked for and fought for and sacrificed for, and they should not be stripping away the rights that the veterans were promised and told. What you have to, at the very least, honor your commitments to what these guys signed up to fight for.
They're having to beg for things they earned. And so we're here to say enough of that. Enough of that. This has to stop.
And it's not political. We're members of both parties or no party. We're just veterans. We want the promises made to us kept.
What kind of nation mistreats veterans, you know? If they can't keep their promises to veterans, they're not
I know which, but I will not tell.
going to keep their promises to anybody else. 'Cause if you fuck over somebody who literally laid their lives on the line for this country, then who are you not going to screw over? You know what I'm saying?
What's up, people? Let's take a quick break here to see how the media has been covering the Trump administration's cuts to the VA. As we know, different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narratives and in some cases advance the agenda of their investors. Which is why independent reporting matters, and we here at Channel 5 are 100% committed to bringing y'all raw, unfiltered coverage straight from the streets. But before we hit the streets, we get informed using what, you might ask? Ground news. Ground news is Veterans Affairs ground kind of transparency. Use it. Ground news, aka algorithm, access vantage. Ground news.
Yeah, man, I get it.
Coverage that isn't
Ground news, I get it.
if it was, well, I was hearing from other vets about killing women and children if it was real. And it was real. I became totally anti-war at that trip. I was anti-war before I went. I came back and I met a man that had some politics similar to mine. Our
Was
politics
he
were
at war with the Vietnam? I mean, with the northern Vietnam, to be concrete.
and we went on board a
To
ship
be
with a
exact.
plan of seizing the vessel and not allowing it to arrive at its destination. We succeeded. We captured the vessel.
At that time, I figured I couldn't talk to him anymore, so I got on the telephone and called the bridge and told him what he told me to say, that there was a live bomb on the ship and that the men should take to the lifeboats.
We brought the ship into Cambodia. We asked only one demand, and the demand was to hold the ship for the duration of the Indo-Chinese War.
Was there ever any effort to retake the ship?
Chinese war?
No opportunity presented itself.
4 days later, the government was overthrown, and we were under arrest at that point on. So I was sentenced to a maximum of 10 years for mutiny on the high seas. Some people would say that I'm not a veteran, but my boots were on the ground in Vietnam, and so I was.
If you had a message for
I mean,
veterans,
was he in the military during the Vietnam War? I'm not sure from his words.
that might have voted for Donald Trump, you have a message for them?
I certainly do, and it's right here. The oath is to the Constitution, not the president.
All veterans took an
Okay.
oath to support the
That's how it should
Constitution. Not the president, not even Congress, the Constitution.
Our Constitution is our guiding light, not a president, not a dictator, not a wannabe dictator, as General Milley said.
We don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
Trump's got to go. Republicans need to honor their oaths of office, find their spines, vote out evil and corrupt men, and live by the oath of office of honoring the Constitution against all foreign and domestic enemies, as well as respecting the sacrifice of people who have given freely up to a blank check.
It didn't matter whether it's 2 years of service, 4 years, 6 years, 20, 30 years. They made a promise to us. We signed the military enlistment contract, and it seems like veterans benefits are like one of the first things to go on the chopping block. It's terrible, you know.
I mean, the benefits really should be cut during the workforce in the VA cut. So I'm not sure, but maybe the benefits and the services would be delayed in the one point, but I'm not, I haven't seen the news about when the benefits will be cut, when the actual commodities and welfare will be cut. So I'm highly doubt that actually Trump will cut all of this.
You go through war, you come back, you've experienced the most terrible shit you've ever seen in your life, you know, being shot at and almost killed, and then you come back, we were treated like crap. That can't be tolerated. These people put their lives on the line.
I mean, we're happy to parade around and salute the flag and have patriotic ceremonies for nameless veterans that have given their lives. But the ones that are still here, we act like they're vagrants. We act like they're sycophants or that they're sucks on the system. The ones that are here still need our help, and they did their part. We need to keep our word.
They should be out here standing up for us. We're the ones that give them the place to be in there. So they should be out here supporting the veterans that was willing to die for them. They should not want us to hurt like this. When I got told I was going to combat, I didn't say, hell no, I'm not going.
Yeah.
I said, I signed a dotted line, give me an M16. What did Trump say when he was told he was
Maryland,
he might go to war?
he's
Oh,
here.
my daddy will pay my way out. I got bone spurs. I had extra bones in my feet. Trump needs to be gotten out of office. That's all there is to it. They need to get rid of him.
What we need is a change of administration.
I think we should get rid of the administration as
So
soon
the
as possible.
Democrats, really, man? You want to give the office to the Democrats? I would not think that will be the best idea.
First of all, get rid of Trump. Get rid of Trump, get rid of Vance, get rid of Johnson.
If Donald Trump at least wants to stop sucking as bad as he sucks, hire some competent people and stop being such an asshole.
Donald Trump is the president of the United States, but we're more worried about congressional legislation.
Okay, so it's more not about the president, it's more about the Congress that are cutting the funding?
It's much more about the Congress.
Why can't Congress just do their job?
Unfortunately, I think it's going to be 2026 before we can actually really do something, because we'll have the opportunity to overturn a lot of these Republican seats and make them Democrat. And the Democrats are the ones that will take care of us.
I don't ever want to...
Yeah, of course. I would highly doubt that they would care of anyone but themselves and just ruining the US, basically.
Think about the fucking president of the United States.
Illegal migration
I want to
and
go
so
ride my
on.
motorcycle and have a good time. But the fact that I have to wake up every day and think about an orange turd is really stressful and sad.
I just can't get my mind wrapped around supporting this guy because nothing he's doing is American. There's no decorum. There's no respect. It's just fuck everything.
I mean, what are you doing? Why even making this?
There's no
making this cut from the scene where Trump is telling the Zelensky how to behave, because Zelensky actually started to acting cocky on this conversation and started just the personal mistreatment to the Trump and to the Vance, and it actually looked very, very bad to the Zelensky, and not to Trump and not to Vance. Vance and Trump, they reacted actually nicely and just made everything really clear that they can't be treated like the Zelensky treated them, and he treated them not the best on this interview, even though he apologized afterwards. But that wasn't the best interview of the Zelensky, to be honest.
Decorum, there's no respect. It's just fuck everything. You can't run the government like a business, dude. It's a not-for-profit organization that provides services to the people. It's not a business.
This big, beautiful bill of his is an atrocity that only puts money in the pockets of billionaires.
His one big, beautiful bill is a pathetic wreck, and even Elon Musk told him that.
Elon Musk tweeted that I'm evil because I was one of the people that launched the Tesla boycott. By the way, we're continuing to bankrupt Tesla. That is a mission. It's not about Elon Musk. Well, it is about Elon Musk. He's a Nazi. But it's also about oligarchs everywhere thinking that they can buy our country. And that stops now.
I don't think that the Elon Musk is the N-word, because I've never seen in his behavior anything besides of this strange gesture that he is the N-word. Just because he just made the Rome salute, some sort of Rome salute, he didn't become a Nazi right after this, because just that is not how it works actually. If the person is just made this gesture, it doesn't mean that this person is 100% Nazi. That's not an indicator. Well, the indicator is the actions, and I would not say that the Musk is actually done anything that could be support this kind of N-word position. So yeah. I think he's just kind of dumb and really childish in his behavior about the politics and stuff. So I think he was just playing on camera and trying to be edgy and cool, but it went really against him in this way.
We know that the felon has went around Congress by creating Doge. Yes! Elon Musk was never appointed. How's that working out, man? I heard they're fighting these days. But anyway, they're trying to basically cutting people and just saying, hey, that's it, thank you for your service.
I hate to see people have to learn the hard way, but maybe some people will take till they're personally affected that they realize that their vote was a mistake, a vote for the wrong person, and hopefully everyone learns from the pain that we're all going through now.
How sad is it that it always has to wait until it affects the person before it becomes important to them? I guess damn everybody else.
I mean, basically, the decision has been between the Trump and Kamala. Trump is obviously much better than Kamala. Kamala is already proven herself that she's basically mistreated the even black community while he worked in the prosecution department, as I know. So that is something what she actually done, and I don't think that Kamala is should be even considered to be a president from this point. And if there are the choice between the Kamala and the Trump, I think the Trump is the obvious choice in the favor of the Trump.
But you can't just burn the house down to save money. You gotta have someplace to live.
What they need to do is to abide by the Constitution, period. And when there's a crime, you need to prosecute people that have committed a crime. And last time I checked, there's somebody sitting in a big chair that's committed a few crimes.
Hey, did you ever have 91 charges against you? Did you ever have 34 felony convictions against you? Okay, so you all right then.
If that would happen to you or you or you or me, we'd be sitting behind bars.
There was absolutely no way he should have gotten elected.
If you voted for Trump the second time, what the fuck is wrong with you? Right, let's just keep it real.
Just because you voted for him once, twice.
Man. Okay, I get it what this video is about. So I'm not thinking that vote for Trump was anything wrong, but I think that he's making some questionable decisions. But anyway, I'm not an American. It's for me too hard to judge, really, because I've never lived in this kind of environment. But still, I'm thinking that the US is as the most powerful country on earth, and the political situation in the US exactly is affecting the whole world, because it's just the most powerful country, and the US actually affecting all the world by its actions. So I think it's necessary to watch the news, to follow just for the what is going on in the US, and trying to understand how it could affect your country, yourself, and if you want to especially live in the US in the future, I think that will be useful too. So the next video, I will find something interesting right now. Yeah, let's watch something about the MMA.
And I even think we're going to have a
What? And the Trump is in the first part. I wasn't expecting this, to be honest. Okay, the title is "The Reds Have Come Crawling Back," and it was the John Jones, Conor McGregor in the title, so in the thumbnail. So let's see.
And I even think we're going to have a UFC fight. We're going to have. Does anybody watch UFC? The great day in the world. We're going to have a UFC fight. We're going to have a UFC fight. Think of this, on the grounds of the White House. We have a lot of land there. We're going to build a little. We're not. Dana's going to do it. Dana's great, one of a kind. Going to have a UFC fight, championship fight, full fight, like 20, 25,000 people. And we're going to do that as part of 250 also. We're going to have some incredible events, some professional events, some amateur events.
All right, so let me just start this off by saying that this entire situation feels like the plot of a WWE special, except it's being led by the UFC. Just this past week, Donald Trump casually announced that the presidential White House is going to host a UFC event, which sounds like something straight out of Saturday Night Live.
What?
And not only did Trump's press secretary double down on this claim, saying that they're dead serious on making this happen, but a UFC official also confirmed that they are in discussions with
White House flight card after President Trump proposed this idea. So the White House is actually suggested the card of the UFC fighters which will be fighting. What?
the White House about hosting a UFC event on site, so by all accounts it seems...
Okay, the White House will be hosting the UFC fights. That's incredible. It's actually
This
incredible.
event is already in the works. Sure, it's a plot point that's ripped straight out of the movie Idiocracy, but the idea of watching UFC fights go down with the White House chilling in the background seems like the kind of chaotic fun that's right up my alley. I will say this, something that I have really not liked about this White House event announcement is the clout-chasing bums that it's brought out of the woodwork. The first of which is none other than Jon Jones. Yes, Jon Jones has officially unretired just 13 days after officially announcing his retirement.
I really don't like when the people from the sport is just retiring and then coming back like they didn't do anything. That's just so hypocritical. If you just saying something really sensitive like this, like you are retiring eventually, then freaking stay to this and or just don't spell this shit in the first place. So that's just making your reputation seems really bleak and not trustworthy anymore. So that's so fucked up.
Because it does look like you walked away and ducked Tom Aspinall. It's as simple as that. That is what most people are thinking. Yeah, there's a lot of people giving him the benefit of the doubt, but there's a lot of people thinking he avoided the first true test at heavyweight. Somebody with well-rounded skills, with knockout power, that is younger, that is bigger, that is faster, that is agile, that can wrestle and knows jiu-jitsu, that can do it all. The first time you came up against somebody like that, you walked away from the sport. That's not a good look.
Bruh, can this guy get any more desperate and pathetic? The moment that Trump spoke this event into existence, John practically sprinted to Instagram to say that he wants back in the game. And if you really think about it, this situation is the perfect Jon Jones PR opportunity. He's gonna wrap himself up in the American flag, pretend to be the good guy for a couple of weeks, and talk about how he's such a devout Christian and such a great father while completely ignoring the fact that he's a felony with legs. Also, do I think it's at all a coincidence that Jon Jones happens to make his return to the testing pool immediately after Tom Aspinall confirms that he has a fight lined up who's not Jon Jones? No, I do not. Jon is such an attention-seeking narcissist that the idea of other fighters getting some shine probably drove him crazy. And hey, don't get me wrong, if Jon actually stayed even remotely active the last few years, and if he didn't retire because he was ducking Aspinall, I would be all for him fighting on this card, I really would. But it's the fact that he's been tweeting about how he told the UFC months ago that he was done, and how he's been gloating about how he wants to make big money pursuing his other business ventures, and making it seem like the UFC is beneath him is what really annoys me about his unretirement. And as much as I really hope that...
Yeah, he is also make some bullshit statements afterwards to explain that his retirement was actually some money-wise rational, and yeah, exactly. I think that his unretirement is even looking from this point even more bleak.
Dana doesn't let Jon get what he wants here, I get the feeling that he's going to put him on the card. I think the idea of having Jon, an American, fight Tom Aspinall, an Englishman, for his former title at the White House is way too juicy of a narrative for him to pass up, and he's going to bend over for Jon yet again. I mean, from Dana's perspective, seeing as there's no American male champions on the roster these days, the next best thing would be to have Jon in the main event challenging for the title. To be fair to Dana though, I do agree that they kinda need to have an American fighter on the main event of a White House card, but the thought of Jon just weaseling his way back into a huge fight on a card like this just leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and it would be another embarrassment for Dana if he lets John get his way again. And speaking of guys who can't stop embarrassing themselves, cue the return of Conor McGregor, where surprise, surprise, he's once again calling out Michael Chandler. Again, much like Jones, the moment that Conor heard that the UFC White House event was in the works, he immediately took to social media and posted an AI.
Come on, he just retired already 2 years ago. So much shit is starting to boil after this White House type of event has been announced.
Photo of him and Chandler facing off in front of the White House, and then after that he posted a photo
Shut
of
up.
his DMs where it shows Dana responding "I love it" to 2 voice messages that Conor sent him, and then he posted another photo from his fight with Brandao where in the caption he talks about how good his vision is in his right eye. He ends the caption by saying that getting to fight at the White House would be the perfect way to set up his comeback to the sport. Okay, dude, this McGregor-Chandler stuff feels so worn out and tired. Every few months these guys will go back and forth on Twitter. Conor will post a training montage where he spars with the guys from his gym's beginner class, and of course Chandler will talk about Conor every chance he gets, regardless of who his upcoming opponent is. Chandler looks like he's aged 10 years waiting for this payday. Meanwhile, Conor's busy punching random dudes in Ibiza, or promoting his new record label, or campaigning to be the president of Ireland. And I think that that last part is a
President of Ireland. Ireland will be doomed even more if the Conor will be president. He would set up the freaking Coliseum maybe in the Ireland, where he will be the ultimate champion for the rest of his life, or some other wild shit.
big reason why Conor seems so interested to be on this card. I'm not entirely sure how or why fighting at the White House would help his Irish presidential campaign, but I'm sure that in his eyes it does. I mean, he literally put "Vote McGregor" with the Irish flag at the very end of that Instagram post. He definitely wants to leverage the fight to help his political
He's
stand.
out of his mind,
The weirdest and
come
most
on.
unexpected person who's volunteered to fight at the White House is Andrew Tate.
Man, he's already irrelevant for about a year or so. He just desperately want to bring up back his relevance, so that's just desperate attempts to call for anything, but he will be docked 100%. He's just not the person who would be who just should be promoted on any way. He's just the scum artist and not more.
A day after Trump's announcement, Tate tweeted at Dana saying that he was interested in being on the card. Admittedly, is this any crazier than Brock Lesnar or especially CM Punk fighting in the UFC? I mean, Tate did compete in kickboxing for years and has a pro record of 76-9. Compare that to Brock, who obviously was a WWE superstar, but before that he was a dominant NCAA wrestling champion, and he even had to win 1 pro MMA fight before he was signed to the UFC. But then there's CM Punk, who never competed at a high level in any sport before he joined the WWE.
No, don't say that CM Punk is actually will ever just say anything about the MMA again and trying to even go to the prelims. Just don't say it. He's the worst UFC fighter in history, I think.
WWE, and then he made his combat sports debut in the UFC. I can understand why they let Brock fight in the UFC after 1 pro fight, but after they let CM Punk make his MMA debut in the UFC with like 6 months of training, the idea of Andrew Tate fighting in the UFC doesn't seem all that...
Andrew Tate versus CM Punk. That will be the trashiest fight ever, I think. Holy shit. And CM Punk, of course, will lose. Who would doubt?
Insane to me. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I am saying that it wouldn't even be the most ridiculous signing that they've ever done. With all this being said, I don't like the idea of any of these guys fighting at the White House. I don't like it at all. You have fucking John and Conor, who both treated the UFC as an afterthought for the past few years, and now they've come out of hiding so that they can clout chase fighting on this card. If this event ends up happening, then I want to see fighters who have been actively competing and cutting their teeth against the current roster to get the opportunity to fight. But the shitty thing about this situation is that 1, the UFC is really lacking star power these days, and 2, money talks. And in a perfect world, the current roster would have enough big names in order to make a banger card that sells big numbers without needing Jones and McGregor, but unfortunately that is just not the case. If the
Yeah, I saw the video about the UFC is lacking the star power right now, and it's mostly because the Dana shifted his view on the other types of events, like his slap and really profitable sport in the short term for him events, and he's just stuck on to make these types of events happen, to make a quick buck, I think. But it will not last long at first, and at the second, he's ruining the UFC by just inactivity of his uninvolvement into the promotion and stuff. So I think the UFC is in the current state is pretty much dying, because there are no more the stars like the Khabib, Conor. I'm not counting even the Conor right now, because Conor is actually out of the business for 2 or more years. So it's just pathetic to even count him as a fighter right now. He's just really just going to the clubs and punching the random dudes, rewarding some girls, and doing some other shit. So yeah, I don't think that Conor will ever step to the octagon, and he's just trying desperately, as the Jones as well, to make his relevance some like more, I mean, bigger and wider. But I don't think that they will ever just be as relevant as before, of course.
UFC does do a White House card, then I think that they're going to end up having to negotiate with John or Conor, but probably both. It's a damn shame. The UFC has been in such a star power shortage for over a decade now, to the point where they're still desperately in need of Jones and Conor to bail them out for their biggest cards, even though they've both been such a headache to work with for a while now. And from what I understand, Jones isn't even that massive of a pay-per-view draw, but of course the UFC's branded him as the GOAT, so they can at least market any card that he's on by saying that the best to ever do it is fighting on it. But when it comes to star power like what McGregor's known for, there's just no one on the roster that even comes close to what he has. But unless the UFC shamelessly gives him a title shot at lightweight or welterweight, which they would be out of their minds to do, I don't think that they can justify putting him on the main event. What I do think they can do is maybe give Conor a shot at the BMF title once we find out the winner between Max Holloway and Dustin Poirier, and then...
Come on, Conor versus Poirier 3, that's just will be the beating, the third beating. That's the Conor will not survive this. Come on, that's just not happening. I think CM Punk, if the CM Punk actually says something about this White House event, maybe the CM Punk versus Conor will be legit, but it's still so just low skilled, low just low type of fight. That's not the fight which could be in the most famous MMA organization could be organized, especially in the White House.
They can have him be the co-main event on the White House card, but at the same time, why would Conor be considered a BMF in 2025 when the guy hasn't fought in 4 years? Listen,
4 years. I was really nice about his inactivity. Yeah, he was inactive for the 4 freaking years. For the 4 years, that's huge. That's too much.
I don't know how the UFC can stack this card in a way that feels exciting and novel, because frankly, they don't really have a ton of chips to work with. Who are their biggest stars right now that are still active? Ilia Topuria, Islam Makhachev, and Tom Aspinall probably? Now let's just say that those guys have to face an American opponent if they were to fight on this card. So that means Ilia would be fighting Justin Gaethje or Max Holloway. If Makhachev beats JDM, then he'd probably end up fighting Sean Brady. And unless we want to see Aspinall fight Curtis Blades for a 3rd time, then I hate to say it, but his only other option is fighting John Jones. And just for the sake of this example, let's put Conor McGregor versus Michael Chandler on this card as well. And again, I really don't love the idea of having John or Conor on the card, but if they're not, then there's really not much they can do to make the card feel like a big experience. But I guess at the same time, you could put guys like Henry Cejudo, Colby Covington, and Sean Strickland on the card. It'll start to feel like a bit of a political rally, but I guess that's kind of the point of the event in the first place. Now let's take a step back really quickly and just process how insane this entire premise actually is. Let's talk about logistics. Would there be a live crowd at this event? And if so, who gets to attend? Political figures and billionaires? Are they gonna even charge for tickets, or would this be an invite-only sort of event? And what about security? UFC events are chaotic enough in regular arenas. Now imagine trying to hold one in the front yard of the White House. They are going to need military-level security details, snipers on rooftops, anti-drone measures, and a plan for what happens if one of the Diaz brothers jumps the fence. And yet, as...
Oh shit. I don't think that Dagestani should be ever allowed in this card because we all know what Khabib did before, so he already jumped the fence once. I don't think that Dagestani should be just in this card again to jump the fence, but it's all jokes, of course. I like Dagestanis, whatever. That's just all silly jokes.
Dumb, ridiculous, and fundamentally laughable as this entire thing is, I can't lie to you, I kinda love it. Not in a this is a great idea kind of way, but in a this is so stupid it's almost genius kind of way. I mean, come on, UFC fighters brawling on the White House lawn, Secret Service doing glove checks, Dana White trying to live stream the weigh-ins from the Lincoln bedroom. It's the kind of thing that makes you realize that reality is truly stranger than fiction. At the end of the day, no matter how ridiculous this event might be, you can't say it isn't perfectly in line with what the UFC has become lately. It is a circus that knows it's a circus and is doubling down on being the most chaotic freak show on earth. And if they are going to lean into the spectacle, they might as well go all the way. It's idiotic, it's dystopian, it's irresponsible, but if it's just for this one time, then I say let's do it. Anyways, that is the video for today. Definitely let me know what you think about the UFC's White House card. Who would you have fighting on the main card, and do you think it's a good decision to blend politics and sport like this? As always, if you like the video, then like the video.
I don't think the politics actually should be really considered in this type of event. I mean, there will be politics, of course, if the John Strickland will be in the card, but I don't think that it has something to do with politics, even if if the fight is going on the backyard of the White House. So it's just be the regular fight, but the safety measures should be on point. So yeah. Let's see then another video. Welcome to the stream.
And I even
Benaskren is insanely inspiring. In which way, actually? In which
on
way
May 27th, Ben Askren appeared on
inspiring?
his podcast with Daniel Cormier. They talked Jones Aspinall, Merab O'Malley too. It was a typical Tuesday in the world of mixed martial arts. They shot the episode earlier than usual because Ben had plans.
I'm actually going to the Bitcoin convention in Vegas this week.
So we're rushing because you're going to a Bitcoin convention.
The very next day, though, everything in Ben's life would change forever. And the next post from him online would be this video 43 days later.
I actually just read through my wife's journal because I don't remember anything from May 28th to July 2nd.
What the hell is happened with him? He's he looking like the skeleton or the dead corpse, almost dead corpse. What is going on even with this guy? It's really sad to see him in that condition.
Context, the shocking state that Ben is in that video is heart-wrenching. Even in context, I can't even watch the whole thing without tearing up a bit. But that video even exists is nothing short of miraculous. If you're unaware of what happened to Ben, or maybe only heard details here and there, let me briefly explain the timeline of events. And mind you, not all the details have been shared, and there are conflicting accounts. But as best as I could gather from available sources, at some point in late May, Ben contracted a staph infection that went unattended. While in Vegas for the crypto event he mentioned on the podcast, he was hospitalized and things deteriorated rapidly. Ben's infection had gone septic, meaning that it had entered his bloodstream. This led to a severe and aggressive form of pneumonia that destroyed his lungs and necessitated life support while they treated his sepsis. From that point, things would go dark for Ben. After a week or so, Ben was transported to a hospital in Wisconsin where he remained on life support. Due to the severe damage, the only option outside of permanent oxygen and a ventilator was a double lung transplant. In late June, he was placed on
God, double lung transplant, and he has been on the life support as well. So I think that will cost him tons of the money. He in the America for who didn't know. And yeah,
the donor list, and due to the severity of his situation,
that's really
his youth
shitty.
And his overall health, he was a high priority patient and received a successful lung transplant about a week later.
Okay,
While the worst
he also already transplanted the lung. Lucky for him,
is now behind him. The infection and treatment took nearly everything from Ben. The physical realities of this story are harrowing enough, but the bleak reality of healthcare costs is the stuff of nightmares. The average cost of a double lung transplant.
Yeah, that's exactly what am I afraid of. The healthcare costs will be really high, and I'm not sure will his insurance will ever cover this or not.
In the United States ranges from 300,000 to 2.5 million.
What the fuck is this money? Holy shit. Even for the benaskren, for the celebrity, that's just too much.
And you end up in the higher range when your insurance denies your claim, like Ben's did.
Yeah,
but sure,
exactly. What's the
rich,
insurance
right? Well,
say?
rich and millions of dollars to spend on medical expenses are two different things. Here's one of Ben's closest friends, Mark Bader, discussing this financial situation for Flow Wrestling. Mark has known Ben for decades and was with him regularly in the hospital throughout this ordeal.
When you walk in there and see a loved one hooked up to the machine that's breathing for him, it's tough, you know? The money that this guy's made is like tied up, invested back into the sport. It's in his businesses, it's in his building, it's in the former wrestlers he's hiring, this is academy.
And it is here where this grim, dark story, a desperate and impossible situation, finally sees rays of hope shine through in the form of all of you. Ben's wife, Amy, gave regular updates on the situation and the communities he impacted. Mixed martial arts, wrestling, of course, hell, even boxing, had been sending their love from day one. But when word got out that their insurance was denied and that the family needed help.
Yeah. That's what I was afraid of. His insurance has been denied. Holy fucking shit. What he will do right now?
That is when everybody in the fight community started stepping up. Posts on social media about the situation started gaining massive traction. Dana White shared a link to the funding campaign on his socials, and the situation was brought up on a UFC broadcast, encouraging donations. After his most recent fight, Jake Paul shouted Askren out in the ring, and then elaborated on his plan to help afterwards.
And I just want to take a moment to say a prayer for Ben Askren and praying for his family. He has a donation link that everyone should go donate to.
Insurance is a fucking scam.
Yeah, shout out about him.
Sad. Right when you need these companies, they're not there. None of these people like Dana or anyone stepping in, so I feel like I have to do something.
The situation was so dire,
My God.
and the fight community had made so much noise about it that support for Askren started seeping into the mainstream. Moist Critical, a massive YouTuber and streamer, did a video that saw 1.5 million views about the situation with a link to Ben's fund.
Hate is a very strong word, but unfortunately it's not strong enough to encapsulate my feelings on health insurance. And this company's entire goal, its modus operandi, its chodus operandi, is to find ways to wiggle out of doing the one thing you pay it for. So I'm going to put a link to the fundraiser.
Is it really working like this? I mean, I'm not aware of how it exactly works in the US, but if the insurance company are ducking the what they're actually supposed to do, that's really fucked up.
Are in the description of this video.
Ben's campaign page currently has 1,000 comments on it, and while donations have been set to private, there has no doubt been countless at this point. Major outlets across the country picked this story up. The outpouring and awareness has been truly incredible. Now, there's been much speculation about who donated what. It is clear, though, that many have donated what they could, and it's made all the difference for Ben and his family. Now, we've all had some fun with Ben's career here and there over the years, some of his lesser moments in the UFC, but that's just sports. That's not real life. That stuff doesn't matter. This is what matters. His kids growing up without a father, his family having to bury their loved one at just 40 years old. And you know, while I try to keep perspective on things at all times, I'll be honest, combat sports communities can be absolutely brutal places, and they can really jade you. Fans are relentless, and sometimes all you see is the dog eat dog day in and day out, and just everybody getting after everybody all the time. So when you see collectively everybody coming together together and focusing on doing something positive for someone in the community.
Yeah, that's
regardless
incredible,
of how
actually.
they
I
felt
really
about
support
him
it.
as a fighter or even as a person. It's really something incredible, and it really puts everything in perspective. It is a beautiful thing. This reminds me so much about how the community rallied around Mark Coleman and his medical expenses after that house fire. And the outpouring of support has not at all been lost on Ben now that he's awake.
You know, the thing that was most impactful to me was all the love I felt from everybody. And it's almost like I got to have my own funeral. I still remember 30 years ago when Dave Phillips died, and you listen to all these older people, you know, recollect how much they enjoyed him, how much they loved him.
Yeah, that's really hard to hear, actually.
And, you know, obviously, he never had to hear that. I'm sure some people will him. So, man, the outpouring of love from the wrestling community was just amazing. It felt so good.
Jeez, the trembling in his voice. I've watched it a bunch of times for this video, and it's still tough. That is a man whose life and perspective on life has changed forever. And it really just reminds you how fragile everything is in our lives. Ben, by all accounts, led an incredibly healthy lifestyle, and by any measure would be considered a successful man. And yet there he was, on the brink of death, and it happened in an instant. And the only thing that could save him was an amount of money that the vast majority of people would never be able to produce, including him. And now his life is completely different. Lung transplants in particular are the hardest to maintain because they're exposed to the outside air that you breathe, leaving them more vulnerable than other organs. Donated organs require immune system suppression medication forever so that the body doesn't reject them. Those drugs range in price from $10,000 to $50,000 a year. And as a result of his immune...
That is fucking too much. That is just too much. Oh my god. I mean, it's good that he's in the developed country at least made this operation, but the costs of it is just out of the anything rational. Is just absolutely incredible.
System being weakened to support his new lungs, Ben will have to be incredibly diligent about infections and so many other things forever now. He survived, but his life has fundamentally changed. What he will be able to do going forward as it relates to wrestling instruction is not certain. He may have to give up largely his life's work, but I can guarantee you that that man is going to appreciate every single breath he gets to take, no matter what his future holds. And since we're talking about perspectives, let's also not forget that a double lung donation is not one that you make and then go about your day. It's one that you decide on in life, but you only pay up on when you're gone. Someone died, and now as a result, someone else is going to live. I wasn't able to find any information on the donor, but I hope their family takes some solace in knowing that their loved one literally saved someone's life. All right, that got really heavy at the end there, but...
There's that word again.
And especially the life of such famous persona, and he, during his performances, actually made many people be entertained, and he has actually entertaining personality, and his appearance especially is quite of really distinct appearance. His curly hair, his face, his body structure. He's an entertaining fighter. I mean, he's entertaining as the persona, but maybe not the fighter too much, to be honest. But the persona, he was entertaining, and even his knockout after he actually ended his career was entertaining too, some sort. But anyway, it's just about the surviving right now.
More positive and inspiring note, I just want to reiterate before I go how incredible it was to see everybody come together to support Ben Askren in this situation. It is a moment in this combat sports community that you all should be incredibly proud of. Guys, Ben's situation, as I explained, is only just beginning, and his family is going to need support for a long time. If you want to donate, we've got the link in the description to his official fund. Ben's family made sure that it was tax deductible, and this particular service, all the money goes to medical expenses only. It can't be spent on anything else, if that was something you considered before donating. If you do, thank you so much, and even if you just send some love and support, I know they'd greatly appreciate it. Alright guys, thanks for watching this one. I'm gonna go hug someone that I know. I'm not gonna hug a ring.
Okay, I gotta go to the toilet right now. We'll come back. Okay, I came back. So yeah, we're gonna watch some other videos right now. Maybe about the MMA, maybe not. We'll see.
What a massive...
It's not a conspiracy anymore. Let's see about the Epstein,
What a
right?
massive unforced error by the Trump administration. Donald Trump would love this story to go away, but in fact, interest is climbing higher and higher, up.
Let's find out ourselves. Wow. Holy shit.
It is currently the top topic search.
I think if they aren't keeping the secret on purpose, they deleted all the evidence before Trump got into the evidence, then he should say that. He should come out and say they deleted the fucking evidence and then take the people who deleted the evidence and put them up on trial for doing it.
And also, just for context, this is the list of people who visited Epstein's Island and which the public has direct.
Kevin Spacey, Stephen Hawking, Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Chris Tucker, Naomi Campbell. Who? Ehud Barak. Okay.
Proof through the various testimonies during the trials. By his own admission, one of the biggest names on the list is Israel's former Prime Minister Ehud Barak.
Israel's former minister, really?
I went out to make sure of the connection and was shocked to notice how these had almost no views.
DailyMail.com has exclusively learned that the ever-expanding probe into the billionaire is now threatening to derail the Israeli election for Prime Minister.
Jesse, DailyMail.com has exclusively uncovered photos of one of Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu's main challengers, former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, covering his face as he entered the convicted pedophile's home. This was back in 2016, and on the same day, a group of young women were also seen arriving at Epstein's home.
The leaked photos were in 2016, way after Epstein's first criminal conviction. He even mentioned this himself.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
What was the crime of which you were convicted?
Two counts, one soliciting prostitution and procuring a minor for prostitution.
Just throwing it out there, as Mongold's employer is not suicidal. Nope.
Yeah, it's a really big controversy for the upcoming elections member.
You'll think that someone would keep incriminating evidence like a list. Not everyone's a streamer that records their crimes. Because they said that they did. They said they had them. Ghislaine Maxwell said, I don't know where they are, when she was asked a question about the videos that were incriminating. Let me ask you a question. Where are the dead bodies in your house? You would say, there aren't any dead bodies in my house. You wouldn't say, I don't know where they are. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm taking crazy pills. There is no excuse they have at this point. They have the Supreme Court stacked, the Congress, they have the Senate, and of course they have the executive branch. They have everything. It's not anybody else's fault but their own. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
Okay, the next video about the UFC, I think that's a UFC stream right now. I mean, the stream about the UFC.
1,000 years ago, the English language had established its first...
Nate Diaz, the smartest dumb fighter in the world. Smartest dumb fighter, what an oxymoron.
base camp. What started as a guttural tribal dialect seemingly isolated in a small island is now the language of well over 1,000 million people around the world.
To Ajax in there, nothing is I got and then
CTE speaks
and you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. So recognizing that, putting the recognition out there, you know, is that a word? As long as you know what I'm saying.
He's just funny guy.
I've had a little bit of an issue with this intro because how do you describe Nate Diaz in just a couple of sentences? I mean, he's
Hey, Nate, on the house, yo. On the house.
Explosive.
I think comedian Bill Burr captured his vibe the best.
And Nate Diaz reminds me of every fucking dude I ever had detention with or went to summer school with, right? That dude who just, he wouldn't crack. Even if he knew you did it, he wouldn't say right?
To me, though, Nate Diaz is a guy with an extremely rare quality. He's just not able to lose. I don't mean that literally, of course. His actual record has plenty of losses on it, with the latest one coming to Jake Paul.
But
right?
he won one of the most, if not the most, important win here. He won the people's hearts. He won the attention of the crowd. And I think as the in the gladiators profession, as the UFC fighters basically profession, it's mostly to make the crowd cheer for them, and he really well succeeded in it. He really nicely made his personality be as shiny and uh, as powerful as possible. Actually, his famous picture when he's just posing all covered in blood is quite of an iconic, actually. So I do think that he made a really nice fame and legacy for himself.
What I mean is, Nate is somehow able to come out looking better in losing than his opponents do in beating him, and I think that anybody that followed his career even a little bit would agree with me. He just has an ability to look cool no matter the situation. I do think that a lot of that is natural, but in this video I'll also break down how a good chunk of that is by design. Despite what many people believe, this guy is not dumb. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Let's start where it all began, the 209. When Nate Diaz was only a kid, he had an argument with his friend over the correct way to flip the bird. His friend was a classic guy and he figured that the proper gesture was to ball the remaining fingers up, kind of like this, while Nate said that the only way to do it was the way that Eminem did it, with the remaining fingers bent halfway. Both seemed to have valid points, supported by some hard evidence, and neither would budge. The argument became more and more heated, emotions were running high, and in a moment of spontaneous brilliance, Nate uttered the words, "Yeah, but you can't beat my ass though," and from that point on, he made it his life mantra, uttering the phrase to himself in the mirror every single morning, living it, breathing it, studying it, really feeling the words and letting them consume him from the
depths of his soul. He vowed that he would have revenge on his brother for what he did to the Uchiha clan.
What?
And that's basically his origin story, but just keep that between you and I. They don't want you to know that. Nate's real story is as follows. Nathan Donald Diaz was born, raised, and currently resides in Stockton, California. He's the middle child with an older brother named Nick and a younger sister named Nina. Stockton is a pretty dangerous place.
Wait. Is that Nate? I'm not believing this. That is Nate. He's so chubby.
He's
looking funny.
Neighborhoodscout.com, your chances of becoming a victim of a violent crime as a resident is 1 in 79. Basically, if you hang around groups of 79 people or more on a regular basis, like if you go to the mall a lot or if you're currently a student, then there's a very high chance of something happening to you.
See a whole
Stockton, motherfucker.
Another group of 10 dudes. Well, everybody jumping in, everybody fighting, and then hearing that they went home and somebody got shot after school, and I'm like, that's crazy.
The city also used to be featured on the show Cops a lot, and there seemed to be a large contingent of people who stole cars, broke into houses, and smoked a lot of meticulous hard work is what Nate's older brother Nick Diaz engaged in, however. He was an outsider in school and decided to put all of his time and energy into combat training, starting out with jiu-jitsu and eventually moving on to boxing and kickboxing. Nate, always looking up to his older sibling, decided to follow suit after having an embarrassing performance in an after-school fight at the park.
So we meet at the park, and it's 300 people at the park. Oh my God. My brother's there, all the homies are there, like woo.
Pressure.
Anyways, fight goes on 20 minutes, 10 minutes. It felt like 30 minutes, but it's probably 5 minutes long. Right? It felt like the longest fight. I'm fighting this guy in front of everybody. I didn't win, he didn't win. We both just socked each other in the face 100 times each. We go home, I'm pissed. Brother's like, "You want to come to the gym with me? I'm about headed to train right now." I was like, "I'm gonna chill." And he's like, "You better get up off your ass with that shitty performance earlier at the park." And I was embarrassed. I grabbed my shit, went to the park, went to the gym with him, and I started training right there. And that was that.
I think it's fair to say that in a lot of ways, Nate modeled himself after Nick, especially when it came to mixed martial arts, partly because as his older brother, he was his role model, and partly because they both had an almost identical body type, so Nate figured out that Nick's style of fighting would work for him as well.
Exactly.
Both brothers employ a combination of extremely high-level jiu-jitsu mixed with high-volume boxing, and fight at an extremely high pace due to their seemingly endless endurance, often credited to their hobby of competing in triathlons when they're not fighting. That's not to say that Nate is a clone of Nick. Over the years, it's become apparent that the two different...
Nah, he's not the clone of Nick. He's even something bigger right now because he's more recent in his fame. he's not hyping as big as during the Connor's upset. I mean, the Nick Diaz's upset against the Connor and against the everyone he fought basically afterwards. So yeah, he's already retired, but still his legacy he's really shining to this day, I think, and because it's so recently he actually retired. The people actually still remembering him much better than the Nick Diaz.
Some very key ways, and we'll talk about that towards the end of the video. In 2007, Nate was given the opportunity to compete on season 5 of The Ultimate Fighter, something that he was initially hesitant to do, but was eventually convinced of by Nick and their head coach Cesar Gracie. The Ultimate Fighter is where I personally first got to know Nate, and while I'm a huge fan now, I'm not gonna try and revise history just because it sounds better. I hated Nate Diaz at first. It didn't help that he was related to Nick either, because at the time, Nick was looked at as a whiny and problematic fighter who, while showing potential, was always involved in some type of beef that he seemed to be the catalyst in. It was also looked at as a sort of UFC reject because he left the company on a 3-fight losing streak, one of which was to the Ultimate Fighter 1 alumni Diego Sanchez. And even though in retrospect that version of Diego was an absolute beast, the tough guys were sort of seen like a JV squad compared to the fighters who were in the game for a while. There was kind of a unspoken shame in losing to them. I'm not saying that it was right or that I agree with it, but that was the vibe at the time, both for fans and fighters. You were considered a lesser fighter if you got into the UFC through a reality show, and you were considered lesser as a fan if you started watching the UFC because of the reality show. As far as Nate, I found everything about him to be annoying and try hard. The way he walked, the way he talked, the fact that he tagged up the walls of the house with a zip code, I just felt like his personality was completely put on, like he was just trying to act hard for no reason. I vaguely remember comparing him to B-Rad from Malibu's Most Wanted.
Shrink, blinkety blink. Try to make me think. Want to go to my sink and vomit. Clean it up with Comet.
But he was never fake. That's the biggest point here, that Nate wasn't fake at all during his whole behavior, what he actually made in the Ultimate Fighter season.
I also remember how much he annoyed me during this sequence where Rob Emerson jokingly wrote "Suck it Team Pulver" on one of the walls of the house, and Nate took it as the highest form of disrespect.
Let's go.
I just didn't get the guy at first, but as the season went on, I quickly realized that this wasn't an act at all, and that he was never gonna get what was coming to him like I wanted, and that he was standing on pretty much everything that he was saying. Like when Karo Parisian came to visit, somebody who at the time was both a successful and ranked UFC welterweight, and somebody who had beat Nate's brother previously, it put a smile on my face to see Nate tell him he would deck him if he got close after Karo tried to pseudo-bully him by gripping him up for no reason and just generally treated him with disrespect.
What? Why are you looking at me like this? Serious? You're the one looking at me all serious?
He was getting on my nerves, so I said something, and he looks at me crazy. So I backed up. I'm like, dude, don't try to close the distance on me, because, you know, I'll sock your ass if you get closer to me.
Yeah, he was a tough guy and in the start, and in his retirement fight, he actually fought as a tough guy as well. So I think he basically supported his not just gimmick, but his entire persona throughout the whole career, because that's just he didn't play ever, I think.
Why did that put a smile on my face? Because I absolutely despise when people act like that. It bothers me a lot when somebody gets a hint of authority in anything, age, physical ability, finances, status, and then proceeds to act like everybody around them is a lesser being. Those same people usually end up playing the victim and getting extremely offended when somebody finally does stand up to them. Case in point.
I swear to God, bro, there is so much stuff I can do to these Idiots. Have some respect. And who are you, dude? Do you even know me? Do you know who I am?
That's why it was also fun to see Nate win the Ultimate Fighter finale against Caro's cousin Manny Gamburian after saying this in the pre-fight hype package.
People ask me about being Nick's brother all the time, you know, like, you're in the shadow of the Nick Diaz. And I'm like, so bad about the shadow of Nick Diaz. Better him than the shadow of Carl Parisian? That'd suck.
Now, to be fair, the win was kind of shaky with Manny dislocating his shoulder, and I didn't really dislike Manny, but it just felt like everything came full circle. By the way, no hate to Caro. He was only 25 years old at the time and has gone through a lot since then. And I'm not going to judge a person by their worst
Actually,
recorded moment.
what happened with Manny before after the fight? I'm really curious right now because he was really hyped before and during this whole Ultimate Fighter season. So I wonder how his career went after his loss in the Ultimate Fighter finale.
Especially one that was edited for a TV show. But in my opinion, in that instance, he acted like a huge... What really impressed me about Nate that season is what will continue to impress me throughout his career, his dedication to the sport of mixed martial arts. Unlike a lot of people there, he seemed like he really viewed himself as a consummate professional. He had a lot of pride and passion for what he did. For example, when his teammates were running around in thongs on national television, he was the only one to think about how that would make them look as fighters to people who don't yet know or understand a lot about the sport.
These dudes ain't even gay. They're just acting gay and they're making us look bad. They're professional fighters. Act like it, you know? That's just not how we roll, not where I live.
And that never changed with Nate. He would always voice his displeasure.
Man, no ads, please.
When the UFC would make moves that would generate the company a lot of money, but at the same time delegitimize the sport.
It's horrible for the sport.
I'll just ban you.
Great. For the sport, they're gonna make a lot of money off of it, but I think it's a big old joke. I'm watching TV, I'm watching the fights, and
I think I need to write something about the no fucking AIDS. I don't want to push as anything.
All of a sudden, this punk guy's coming on and slick back hair and a little puny virgin nose, and it's like he's gonna. Oh, big announcement. Punk gets to fight in the UFC. I don't dig it, you know?
The UFC bringing in guys like CM Punk and paying them millions of dollars while Nate was barely making 100 grand per fight pre-expenses after powering through several contract renegotiations did not sit right with him. After beating Gray Maynard by first round TKO in 2013, he decided to sit out until an opportunity that he considered to be worthy of his time presented itself. Here are some things that he was telling the media around this time. I'm ready to fight, but not for some funny money that they're trying to give me. They can let me go or they can let me fight, but let me do something. They know I need to make some money. I feel like they're just trying to keep me on the waiting list. I don't even want to communicate through anybody. If they want to figure out what's going on, we should talk. No one is contacting me. I'm just doing my thing, training every day. I'm ready to fight tomorrow. They need to be about more money. My contract is all up. I want to be paid like these other fighters. I'm over here getting chump change. At this point, they're paying all my partners and other people I train with are getting real money. And it's too embarrassing for me to even fight again for the money they're paying me. So they can either pay me or let me go. I'm with that. I train harder than
So did he actually retire because the UFC didn't pay him enough? Was it the case actually here? But I think the UFC actually paid him well enough. I mean, I assume because he was a star. He was the one of the not many stars on that period of time when he was retiring. So
everybody in the UFC. And then there's boxers out there getting multi-million-dollar contracts, and I'm a bigger draw than boxers. It's embarrassing. I think I'm the biggest draw in the lightweight division. I feel like they're trying to...
bigger draw than boxers. I mean, nobody is the bigger draw than boxers because the boxers are operating in the different kind of league here, and there are no organization like the UFC in the boxing. There are many different organization and different belts as well, and nobody can be the monopolist in the boxing. And also I've heard that Saudi is actually making the boxing more concentrating than around one organization. I've heard this kind of information, but let's see what will go actually after this. But yeah, the boxing sport and boxing organizations are way decentralized, and I think that is the huge plus to the stars of the boxing. So the boxing can generate way more money, and because the audience of boxing is not as young as UFC's audience, because UFC and the MMA, UFC is associating really tightly with the MMA in my mind, but I think the audience means really much as well, because box's audience is way older and has way more money than UFC's audience is. But I think UFC and MMA still exactly can generate really big amount of money, but it's just crumbling right now because of the Dana White shifted his attention to the slap championships. That's just sad.
Weed me out of the top 10. I saw that I went from number 5 to 6 in the rankings for some reason. That doesn't make any sense. I don't get paid, and I'm about to tell the world. I didn't like what my brother and my partners got paid. Now that they got a better contract, which still ain't, it blows what I get out of the water. And they deserve triple what they get. I've been in the UFC for 8 years and never turned down a fight. It's not like I'm getting paid 20 bucks an hour and they're getting 50 bucks an hour. I'm getting 20 bucks an hour and they're getting paid 15,000 bucks an hour. They blow me out of the water. At this point, I can't even go to lunch with my partners, because if we start talking about contracts or our business, I don't have anything but bitter to say. We're entertaining entertainers. We get Shaq, Justin Bieber, and Lil Jon at the show. How are we entertaining billionaires and we can't even get? My partners still make money for what the company is bringing in. They're happy because they're not getting paid what they used to get paid, so they get little chunks to shut up. As far as I'm concerned, I don't get paid. I get $60,000 to show and $60,000 to win. If I were doing this for the fame, I would have quit 7 years ago. I can't tell you what my brother and Gil make, but I can tell you that they signed a contract for more than I get paid to headline and win a fight. And that's... So you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I do understand when he's coming from. He is really hugely underpaid if he knows some insights and some information about even his brother Gil. What his brother Gil is which sport is his brother, in the MMA or in the boxing or where. But actually 60,000 to show and 60,000 to win, in case of how much money the MMA fighters actually putting to show up and to basically prepare for the whole camp, how much money they are making. I mean, should just give to the trainers, to the camp members, to the renting the place, or just the gym membership, and so on and so forth. I think the 60,000 to show and 60,000 to win is just really low amount of money for the UFC fighters to actually operate Yeah, because how I said, the costs to prepare is actually really, really high, as you know.
I can't even fight for the money they're offering me, so I asked to get released because I can't fight there for that. Nate was extremely inactive between the years of 2013 and 2015, only taking 2 fights, but his strategy paid off eventually when he was able to parlay his win against Michael Johnson into a showdown with Conor McGregor after Rafael Dos Anjos pulled out with an injury. What took the fight from a random late replacement to the 6th highest selling pay-per-view event in UFC history besides Diaz winning was how well the two work with each other as entertainers. The pre-fight media leading up to this fight is still some of the highest viewed UFC related videos on YouTube, and for good reason. The two were like the odd couple. Conor's well rehearsed and razor sharp.
It was really entertaining, actually. I saw some post-fight interviews on the YouTube, and the chemistry was really nice between them. Really wannabe tough guy, the Conor, and just really tough guy itself, the Stockton street kid, Nate.
It was juxtaposed perfectly with Diaz just saying whatever comes to his head in the most unintentionally hilarious way possible.
I'm just looking at your little frame.
Yeah.
And it just reminds me of an injured gazelle.
Yeah.
Strapped up.
People don't know
Take
what
your
that means.
top off. Take your top off.
No one knows what that means. It's
Take
in
your
America.
top off. Take your top off. You little fat skinny.
Yeah, right. No one knows what gazelle is anyway.
Man. He was, yeah, unintentionally hilarious because of how uneducated he is, actually. He's not the smartest guy, but he is really entertaining nonetheless. And Conor was the main entertainer there, basically. So it was nice. It was nice before, but now it's just pathetic.
America, get it right.
Thanks, fellas.
And this is where Nate unfortunately differs from Nick. See, Nick was also given a similar opportunity with his fight against Georges St. Pierre, but he wasn't able to turn it into anything other than that. On the other hand, within 7 years, Nate built himself an estimated net worth of over $10 million, and his popularity is gone.
Holy shit, 10 mil? That's huge. That's really huge. Damn. But I think he shouldn't doubt. I mean, he shouldn't say much about the underpayment after such amount of money, just because of he was an entertainer for really much time, to be honest. And his name is, as I said before, is shining way more than the Nick Diaz's name for the past decade, I think.
Through the roof. And I could already feel all the Nick Diaz superfans yelling through the screen about his unfair marijuana suspension. And listen, I agree with you. I'm a huge fan of Nick. Great guy, never met him. And what happened simply wasn't right. But at that point, Nick was already out of his prime. He was taking novelty fights against Anderson Silva in a weight class that wasn't even his. Not to mention the fact that the original 5-year suspension was eventually reduced to 18 months. So if he really wanted to come back, he could have. He chose not to. There has to be at least a little bit of responsibility falling on Nick's shoulders here. I disagree with Dana White on a lot of the things that he says, but it's really difficult to disagree with this.
You have to not smoke marijuana for 24 hours.
That's it?
Yeah, he fights 3 times a year. So you can't stay off marijuana
Nick, come here, goddamn
for 24 hours for 3 days a year.
Nick, come on, man. Nick, Skinny Bone Jones, I'm gonna put you on rehabilitation. I gotta sit down and chop it up with y'all. I can't believe this is the rules and you violate. I'm putting a weed class together for y'all. We're gonna do this 3-step three-step program for y'all.
You know, it's not like the commission is saying you can never smoke marijuana. You can't smoke marijuana for 24 hours before
the fight.
And you only fight 3 times a year.
Damn.
Come on.
Damn.
Come on.
Damn.
And Diaz fails the test every time.
Come on, Nick.
And also, Nate is an all-around more social guy than Nick. He seems to engage with the media a lot more and seems to be a lot more comfortable in the role of a promoter. I have yet to see an interview with Nick from the past decade plus where he's not coming from a place of unhappiness. He's always angry, never wants to be there, and constantly seems on edge. I remember when the St. Pierre fight was happening, he was complaining about not having a team to pamper him and get him on magazine covers like George does.
But what I do, that when you talk about stuff that people doing for me, it's called passive income. When you reach a point that you for your business, you need people, you need a team to work for you to make the economy, to make the money rolling.
That sounds nice, George. That sounds nice, George. Okay, if I was
Nate actually way more engaging than Nicky's, such as mentioned, and he really wanted to actually fight and be invested in the promotion as well. So yeah, and I think that Nate is just the more famous star than Nick, actually, but it was a different era, of course, before.
Shorts out there and a fucking haircut, and I had someone buttering me up halfway through telling me this. Maybe it would have worked out. But I doubt it. You don't even know where I come from. You try to talk about where you come from.
And he completely missed George's point here. He was essentially telling Nick that he has to find a team that works for him and his brand. That's his responsibility. He immediately got defensive and then went in one ear and out the other. Nick's problem always was that he felt like the whole world was against him, even when people were actively trying to help him and give him opportunities. He put himself in his defensive shell and refused to come out of it. Anybody in my comments, I challenge you to find a Nick interview where he looks like he wants to be there even a little bit. Nate isn't like that. He was actively looking for opportunities, and when they presented themselves, he ran with them. For example, Nate had his management set him up with Conan O'Brien.
I heard about it, and I was like, whatever. But then someone posted on social media a picture
of you slapping him.
Of me slapping him.
Yeah, take a look at this.
That's the picture right there.
He wasn't above engaging in banter with news reporters.
So Beaver walks up right now, you say what to him?
Smack.
Yeah, he's a natural
He was just a more
entertainer.
approachable, out and about person with fans. I mean, not that approachable. But you get the point. I think where I first had this epiphany that a lot of what Nate does is very purposeful in nature is during the build-up to the Jake Paul fight.
Welcome
Jake kept
to the
trying
stream.
to get Nate to engage and to react to him. He wanted a confrontation because he felt like that would be exactly what would be needed for the promotion. And for the first time, you kind of saw Diaz out of character. He wasn't willing to fight right there on stage, and I realized that's because he saw that the setup was pretty bare bones and there wasn't any security to break it up right away like in the UFC. I'm not saying that he was scared, he wasn't. It was just a huge financial opportunity, and he realized that if he let his usual antics fly, the fight would be ruined because of the way everything was set up.
Michael on from MMA Junkie, he said up just a minute ago that he was surprised how nice you were up there towards him. Did you expect something different?
We're not
more
fighting
hostile?
today. We're not fighting today. You know what I'm saying? I'm a professional athlete. I'm not running around getting in fights like they're making me out to be. They got these young YouTubers out here making attacks for clout and, message sent. Oh, man.
So he employed a strategy where he promoted the fight by acting like Jake was a nuisance, thereby minimizing contact and maximizing headlines while walking out of interviews and face-to-face press conferences. Jake Paul says Nate Diaz is afraid of him, and Nate Diaz walks out of face-to-face are much more preferable headlines to commission cancels fight due to injuries sustained during onstage brawl. And Nate was right, the promotion was extremely amateur, trying to antagonize your opponent when there is no security on stage and then having your own security engaged in a brawl with the opposing team is extremely stupid, especially when there are millions on the line, not just for you, but also the people on your undercard. Nate Diaz is a smart dude. He might have taken an unorthodox approach, but he became one of the richest MMA fighters before the age of 40, all with a 22-13 record. And just like in the beginning, I'm really
22-30 record. God damn. That's that's not the best record, but as I said before, he won the one of the most and biggest actually fight, and that fight was the fight for the people's hearts, and he actually did it. So yeah, he got what he deserved by the amount of money he got, actually.
Got a loss for how to end this video, so I guess I'll just defer to Bill Burr once again.
This is why I have such a respect for fighters. He fights this kid who started off as a wrestler in college. He lost his first 17 matches. You know? Jesus, I would have been crying after 3. I knew I stuck at this. This dude lost 17 in a row as a freshman and stuck with it. By the time he was like a senior, he was like some finalist in some national thing.
Okay, I got it. So the next video. Okay, I will just check my setup. Is it working properly? Is it better right now? Am I light up enough? I think I'm lit up well enough, but not as much as... I mean, yeah, I think I don't need to make my lights even lighter right now, so that's fine. So let's continue.
See, this is what I...
Jizzy made black supremacist author to realize he's a racist. Jizzy, Lee Peterson debate and Israelite. Let's see.
See, this is what I'm saying with superiority. We're superior because we have been oppressed the most and still made the most significant contributions.
Superior because we were oppressed the most. Is he even seeing the contradiction in his statements? Just how can anybody could be superior because somebody has been oppressed? Maybe that's the opposite thing, isn't it? They are superior maybe because some people are letting them be superior in some kind of the way, in some institutional case. What?
So our resilience is superior. That's what makes us
resilience.
superior. It does. If you can make the most significant contributions in the face of oppression, that shows some superiority.
Who destroyed the black family?
Systemic racism.
Who?
Who? White supremacists.
White supremacy destroyed the black family?
Right, systemic
They
racism.
made black men leave their homes?
They locked black men up, yes.
Did they make black men leave their home and for the welfare check?
Yes.
They made them do it.
They didn't make them do it. It rewarded black women who kicked black men out the house.
But, right, and so is the black woman superior to?
The black woman what?
Superior to all the other women, other races of women?
By my definition?
No, yeah.
Yes.
They're superior to everybody else?
Yes, by my definition.
Calling anybody superior by the color of skin or anything is just straight up racism. That's just fucking obvious.
And so if black women are superior, why did they choose to accept the welfare check over the husband?
You're twisting it. They're superior when they operate with the actions that their ancestors operated with.
Right, but their ancestors, at that time, they were not getting a welfare check, they were getting husbands, right?
Exactly.
And so if they were superior, why did they choose the welfare check over the husband?
Yeah, I know that the arrow is not turning back and some of this shit, but how can the one group of people cannot be racist toward the other group of people just because they were oppressed in the one time in the history? Like, how does it work in these people's minds? What is wrong with them?
Came along and said, here's a welfare check, but you can't have a husband. Why did this black superior woman decide, you know, a welfare check is better than a husband?
Ignorance.
Oh,
we're
so
back at ignorance.
So the superior woman was ignorant?
Exactly.
She didn't know she was superior?
You're not going to act in a way that allows you to be superior when you're ignorant.
So she didn't know she was superior?
No.
And so
okay, the Eastern European people, especially from the post-Soviet space, they were oppressed really much, and there are white people like me, there were just Asian people. So are they superior in any point? No. Why does he think that being oppressed in any point of history and then just saying that he is superior because of he's being oppressed? That just doesn't make any sense, like the hosts actually said.
Welfare check over the husband.
Right, because she didn't know what best served the black community.
And the black husband didn't know he was superior.
Well, it depends on who you're talking about.
Back then, he didn't know he was superior?
It depends on which one you're talking about. Not all black men left.
Those that did leave, they didn't know they were superior?
No, the ones who know act in a way that serves their community best.
You got all those degrees and this makes sense to you?
Yes, it makes a lot of sense. Did you read the book?
Let me ask.
Exactly.
Read the book which called the Black Supremacy. So much delusion.
It wasn't a white man that did that. It was the civil rights movement. Black people.
That did what?
Told black people that, you know what, you're being oppressed. You need some free stuff. You need welfare checks. You need to become Democrats, and we're going to be your leaders.
It wasn't
because at that time more black people were Republicans rather than Democrats, right? And so Martin Luther King and all those guys came along with their little civil rights movement, which was the worst thing that ever happened to the blacks. You would agree with that, right?
The civil rights movement?
Yeah. It was the worst thing that ever happened to the black other than abortion.
A part of the civil rights movement that I don't agree with, which Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. later recanted, was I don't agree with desegregation. I believe that was harmful.
Wait. He think desegregation is awful. Okay. Is he actually want to run from the oppressive white people and live in the community of the black people, or he doesn't like being with the black people as well? That's so freaking hypocritical and contradictory, so I can't even tell what he's even on about. just telling that this segregation. I mean, don't like any form of segregation, of course. I'm just spelling that he's the biggest fear. One of the biggest fears is being with the community of the people alike, which is freaking weird.
It wasn't until the civil rights movement started that they told them, oh, y'all need, especially blacks in Montgomery, the cities and places like that, they told them, y'all need more. And the black people started, oh, yeah, we do need more. And they fell for the lies. As a matter of fact,
that's not true.
That when they started the whole little civil rights movement thing, and that black woman got on the bus. What was her name?
Parks?
Yeah, what a bunch of crap she was, right?
Whoa.
But she originally, the NAACP had chosen another black girl to sit on the bus and act like she was tired.
Yeah.
And she ain't gonna sit on the front of the bus.
Jesse.
But they found out that she was pregnant just before they did the thing, and they knew that black people were not gonna accept that because black people were not at that time accepting out of wedlock birth as a norm. And so they found out this girl was pregnant. And they're like, we can't use her. Blacks ain't gonna fall for this. And then they went and fought Rosa Parks and told Rosa Parks, you know, go act like you tired.
Jesse.
And sit on the front row. And Rosa like, I'm so tired. That thing was a whole setup.
Okay.
It wasn't like one day Rosa Parks was coming home and she was just tired. And
I mean, just for the context, I'm a really tolerant person. I don't mind any race, any just color of skin. That doesn't matter for me. For the biggest thing, which actually matters for me, that's actions. And the actions of this guy is basically in the words of what he's saying and what he is standing for. It's just exactly freaking racism. The word just supremacy and connecting this word to the certain race, certain skin color, whatever, certain just difference. It's basically a racism. I don't think even I can something add to this statement to the rest of the video, so I think I will just, after 2 minutes, we'll skip it, because that's just super obvious to me. I don't even know what to discuss here, to be honest.
You know, you mix the truth with a lie.
It's just a circus right now.
And just sit there, I'm so tired, I ain't going to no back of no bus. That was a plot. It was a plan by the NAACP.
So
didn't know that?
My father's older than you.
You didn't know that?
My father's older than you.
No, answer that first and then tell about your dad.
Know what?
That was a setup by the NAACP.
Okay, well, she had connections with the NAACP.
Did you know that was a setup?
It wouldn't have, I don't know it was a setup. I know she had connections with the NAACP.
I've read about it, I've talked about it, and most black people know about it, because even when the NAACP started a little mess, the older black people, my grandparents and their parents were saying, don't be a part of that, that's just mess. With Martin Luther King and all that, don't y'all follow that mess.
Whether it was a setup or not, it was necessary because black people weren't being treated. A
setup like that was necessary?
They weren't treated fairly on the bus. And that was a time when blacks were unified for a year in order to get treated fairly on the bus. That ended the segregation on the bus after 1 year of protesting and boycotting in Montgomery,
Did you know that when the NAACP set that up, that there were black buses on bus companies?
Right, there was.
And when they set that up, make the black people say, don't be riding those white buses, right? It caused, according to reports, it caused black business to go out of business. The black buses business to go out of business.
It wasn't a lot. It wasn't as many black bus companies as white, but they should have just the ones.
Black companies are less than white companies. Black bus companies are less than white or the white companies. Okay, let's see. Does the did they actually market and the government restricted the black people to create these companies? Was this the actual institutional and racism which has been implemented in law and has been codified and brought into action? I don't think so. And then what's the point? There are more white companies than black companies because just some people wanted to make companies, isn't it? And some people didn't want to make companies. Some people wanted to do something else. That's fine. What's the problem? That is the market. That's how the capitalism works. Shut up.
The ones who could have accessed the black buses should have just been on the black buses. But they weren't.
But they hurt the black business by doing that.
They did. So, but back to what you said. My father's older than you, and my father's from the South. My father grew up in South Carolina.
Right. I grew up in Alabama.
Yeah, the South. So my father tells me stories. Shout out to my father. His name is James McKithen. I'll give him a shout out. And my mom, Miss James. But my father's older than you, and he tells me stories about, you know, how he grew up.
Why he is emphasizing on the age of his father? Like, if his father is actually older than this guy, then his father should be way more intelligent or way more experienced and have the authority under the host. Why he's even mentioning the age of his father in the kind of way like his father's authority is bigger than his opponent's authority? That doesn't make much sense to me. It's just making things shady.
And he did say, you know, he got along with.
I don't care. I was there.
He was there before you. He's older than you.
White people got along.
And what? And what?
Today.
What?
The white people are sick of the black people. Everybody.
You said sick and dogs on them? What'd you say?
Did you know that?
Okay, let's jump to the conclusion. Actually, most replayed.
You ever heard of the book by James Lowe, The Lies My History Teacher Told Me? That would be in it. That's a lie.
Why don't black people just kind of move on with their lives and stop this mess that they're into?
Yeah. The cult of something what was before and has not much to do with the things right now. It's really the destructive cult and should be really erased because it's just messing with the people's minds, and especially if that kind of cult is really concentrated on guilt of someone, on somebody has been oppressed, of somebody has been just straight up banned from anything. No ads, please. If that was the case, damn, man. If that was the case, then basically no ideology has been can be based on that kind of thing, because that is just straight up destructive. That is ruining its society to its core. It's better to look how the Jewish people actually are not paying too much attention to what the government, to what they has been suffered before, and actually building the future, building the building the what is now. So it's better to see what is actually the better example than just being resentful and being prosecuted. I mean, and being just cocky. Who is the racist? I mean, from my perspective, the racist is this guy who basically wrote the book The Black Supremacy, which says by itself.
And stop this mess that they're into. If they're superior, why don't they somehow or another let their little superior stuff kick in and stop blaming and living in the past, which had nothing to do with them, by the way. Living in the past and blaming the whites and other. At what point will they say, you know what, we had enough complaining and being victims and talking about this mess. Let's show everybody what we can do. Why don't they forget about the past and live in the present?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. That's just way better than be stuck in the past and just cope from, oh my God, we were oppressed, oh my God, we were just prosecuted and segregated, whatever. They're just playing victims right now, and nothing is going in their favor anymore. I mean, they already has some kind of supremacy in US, exactly. Like they have even some institutional kind of special places for them in the job market. They have even I cannot just spell too much about this because I don't know exact examples, but I know that they have actually right now more benefits than the white people, and they are still complaining. That's bullshit.
The past affects the present.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Not if you don't live in it.
It's no way to get around it. It does.
Yes, there's a way to get around it.
The past is still in the present.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Only in your mind, only.
No.
But what's the purpose of living in the past?
So yesterday is the past.
What's the purpose of living in yesterday?
You have to know your history.
This guy is white.
In order for history not to repeat itself and to improve yourself.
That's not true.
That is true.
Knowing your history is what makes things worse. So if black people know their history, they've been talking about this mess for years, right? Knowing their history, why are they still repeating the same thing over and over again?
They don't know their history. If you know the history that's in this book, they know the history that they want to teach. When we talk about systemic racism, do you know that in 2015...
You believe that racism exists?
Yes.
And what is racism?
I'll tell you. So racism is the unfair treatment of one group of people based on their race or the...
Okay, did he even mention some examples in the modern U.S. society that he has he faced the systemic racism in this kind of group? So I mean, I've never actually lived in the U.S., but I know that the black people actually has more opportunities right now than in the white people. So I think the systemic racism exactly in the favor of the black people.
Belief that one group of people is inferior solely based off their race. So
you are racist for believing that black people are superior?
Why so, man? Can you have some examples on it?
Superior to others?
For saying that we have superior resilience.
Are you a racist for believing that black people are superior to all other races, you said?
No, I'm not racist.
But you just said that was racism.
No, I said solely based on race. Mine is not solely based on race.
So you believe...
Mine are based off black accomplishments and black oppression.
So racism is a belief that one race is superior to another, right?
Solely based on race.
But racism...
So yeah, he's just straight up say that that's freaking racist, man. It's just what the debate about this even? What the fuck?
According to you, a belief that one race is better than the other.
Solely based on race, correct.
And so, if white people think they're better because they do better than black people, They see that they're smarter, they're more innovative.
They're not smarter. They're not more innovative.
They're more or less to blame others and carry on.
No,
I mean, I think that just some people and some groups of people, because they were raised in in certain environments, they just in some ways are doing some things better than other things. Like it's no doubt that the black people are running better than white people and any other people. That's just obvious. The biggest the most famous runners are the black people, and they has really enhanced physique. That is a really great benefit, actually, if you will think about this. But if you will think about who done the most inventions, there were the white people. And if you will see the the highest IQ on the population, you will see that the Koreans, Japanese, and the people from this kind of place, they have the highest IQ, and they are producing the really high technological stuff actually right now. So some people are better in some things, and other people are better in other things. That's just intuitive, and they're not superior in just overall way like these guys says. That's just some racist bullshit right here.
They're superior to the blacks.
Nothing you said was true.
Does that make them superior?
No,
racist
it
to the
doesn't.
black because they do more?
They don't do more.
They do more.
What do you mean they do more?
They're keeping the country going while black people are chasing them, trying to get it and destroying it.
Destroying what?
Everything they touch.
I'm black. I don't destroy everything I touch.
You may be one black that don't, but most blacks do.
No, most blacks do what?
Destroy.
Prove that.
Who killed other blacks the most?
Blacks. And who kills
So-
other whites the most?
Who turned nice
So-
Who turned nice neighborhoods? I'm giving you the proof.
But who kills other whites the
turned nice
most?
neighborhoods
But that's
into
intellectually
hoods?
dishonest.
I'll watch the link after this video, okay?
That's
Who
intellectually
turned nice
dishonest.
neighborhoods into hoods?
Bad people.
Who? Now you change it.
No.
Who turned nice neighborhoods into hoods?
Hood people.
Who are those hood people?
Hoodlums.
Who are living in
Give
the
me a
hood.
hint.
It's a skin color, but what's the hint there?
Okay, I get it. So yeah, that's fucked up. Let's see what you got, man. I mean, I'm of course not fully aware of what is going on in US. I'm still want to educate myself on this topic, but from the obvious perspective, what am I seeing right now? I mean, I'm speaking exactly about the situation of this guy who was the guest in this show. I'm just seeing that he's just making the statement that one race is superior to another, and that is the definition of the racism. So yeah, about this I'm saying that, and maybe there's some kind of the systemic racism in the US. I'm just have to dig deeper into this topic, but from what I've personally heard, that the black people actually have many benefits, and in the institutional way, they have the more preferential gap into the to actually be in the university, and actually the Asian people are experiencing way more racism than any other group of people in terms of being not being accepted to the universities because the Asians, as I said before, they are really freaking smart. And if there will be too many Asians, then the institution will not be as diverse, and the diversity one of the criteria in the institutional politics. So it has some things behind it. So yeah, I'm reading it right now. Medicine, racial biases in. Okay, I think I will open it here. I just checked the link. Okay, let's see what you got, my man. PubMed Central. Racial bias in pain assessment and treatment recommendations and false beliefs about biological differences between blacks and whites. Okay. Did he mean that I mean, yeah, as I said, that I'm just educating myself on this topic. So that's quite a big, actually, article. But the significance. The present works examines beliefs associated with racial bias in pain management, critical healthcare domain with well-documented racial disparities. Specifically, this work reveals that a substantial number of white lay people and medical students and residents hold false beliefs about biological differences between blacks and whites, and demonstrates that these beliefs predict racial bias in pain perception and treatment recommendation accuracy. It also provides the first evidence that racial bias in pain perception as isolated with racial bias in pain treatment recommendations. Okay. Together, work provides evidence that false beliefs about biological difference between blacks and whites continue to shape the way we perceive and treat black people. They're associated with racial disparities in pain assessment and treatment recommendation. So that's in the healthcare, right? In the healthcare field, that or where exactly do these people are treated badly? I mean, in the on the just interpersonal way, or in the government systemic way? I mean, for me, there should be like institutional, I mean, kind of the laws which will be restrict for one group of people to work on certain professions for just another people like this. So yeah, biases. Let's just come to the conclusion. References, results. Okay, there are numbers, footnotes. Uh-huh. First year students' lack of experience in medical training. Yes, that is in medical field, I guess. But I didn't got even. I mean, maybe I'm just stupid. In which way this article is proving that one group of people is just racist to another? Like, is this about the general interpersonal behavior, or that is something connected to the medical field? Because this article mostly about the medical stuff. How I think, how I read. Treatment recommendations accuracy. Okay. Okay, I think I'll read it after the stream and do some work about this. But yeah, I mean, about this just situation, that's kind of obvious to me, like that exactly this guy, which is the guest, is quite of a racist guy. If you are telling about the injuries because the doctors are actually treating their patients worse, that's really fucked up. If it is actually happening, it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be the case in the country. And these people who actually has been providing these kind of medical just stuff should be sued. And the US, I've heard that has the really nice recovery bills as well. About the pain intolerance. I mean tolerance. Okay. Because the I got what you're saying. I mean, if that is a documented thing, if the doctor is actually doing such things to the black people and basically making them being more injured during the operations and other stuff, that's just fucked up. But yeah, I should dive deeper into these to make the actual statement. But from what you say, that's really fucked up. It shouldn't be that shouldn't be like this. And actually, we should know also the percentage of how many people of which color actually has been operating with the black people to actually verify just if the exactly white person, white people did something during to the operation, during to the just consultancy, did something bad to the black people. That's the one thing. And if the black did to the black people, that couldn't be considered as the like racism. That's another thing then. So we should consider other factors, but I think I'll dive deeper after the stream about this topic. So yeah, let's let's watch some other stuff. What sensitive can I find right now? Nico? What Nico are you talking about? Do you see this video on the page in the right corner? I just not seeing it. Nico Omiana? I don't know who she is, to be honest. I'll... Omilania. What? Is he Mr. Beast like? One day ago. I ruined a movie premiere. This type of thing, right? I mean, what he is even about, like...
I'm so excited to finally show you this
I mean, I'm not really about the content of just similar to the Mr. Beast content. I just want to dive deeper into the like politics and other stuff. Not like Mr. Beast, okay. I just watch for some time, we'll see.
Don't worry, I'm not crazy. This lady is an actor. I wouldn't just prank a random movie premiere, no. Because I'm gonna prank the biggest one.
Actually, dude. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm open-minded, actually. Yeah, are you... Can I know? Are you a black person? If you can tell, of course. I mean, I'm tolerant. I'm really tolerant person.
One of the most anticipated movies of the decade and tricking some of the biggest celebrities in the world into thinking that I'm part of their movie. So much so that I ended up giving a speech in front of all of them. This video got me in so much trouble that I can't even legally
thanks for the
tell you
follow.
what the film was, but let's just call it Avengers Doomsday. I'm literally risking jail time uploading this, so the question is, why am I doing it? Well, because of this man right
Yeah, okay,
here.
nice to meet you.
Hi guys.
This is Tudo, a 52-year-old aspiring YouTuber. I met him a year and a half ago whilst filming a YouTube video of my own, when he had just 300 subscribers.
I'm very new and I don't know much about YouTube. Can you help me with to have more subscribers? Because I have only 300 subscribers I have. Yes. I will forget you if you help me with that.
He was the loveliest guy and so passionate about YouTube.
You have many followers,
so I decided
actually.
to shout him out.
How did you get them?
Thank you to you.
And as a result of this, he ended up on 40,000 subscribers.
One racist I faced last year was my friend got speeding ticket and I was in the passenger seat. An officer gave me the ticket and said, "What? What was how did the officer actually could give you the speed ticket if you wasn't even operating the vehicle? How that could be actually? I mean, did you just ask what is going on, like, or maybe afterwards was just going to the police station and asking that is shouldn't be mine, or what is going on? I mean, that situation looks really shady. I mean, how the officer can be like that ignorant. Yeah, exactly, the traffic court. So the court has been resolved in your favor, I hope.
And then Tudor shocked me as he revealed to the world the real reason on why he wanted to become a YouTuber so badly.
The reason I become a YouTuber is not because of me, if I'm honest with you guys, and because of my son. Since last year, 2 years now, asked me why I don't become YouTuber like these guys. He wonders button play. I tell him, look, my job is YouTuber, you have to be made for this. 2 years ago, we discovered
And so the case was has been resolved in your favor. That's nice. And the officer which actually find you was the white guy, I suppose, or not? Okay. I mean, that's weird. From which state are you, actually? Maybe in some states there is more racism, when in the other states there is less racism, something like this. Maybe in like... I know that Memphis actually has the really large black population. Maybe there are no racism, I don't know. Okay, maybe, you know, that's just alleged. I think maybe the cops are biased because just the black people in the percentage doing more crimes, something like this. So doing just some stuff in the hoods and so on and so forth. Maybe because of this they are biased. But of course, if the cop did some crime, the cop should get the punishment. That's no doubt. Speeding everywhere does, but at least do your job. Yes, exactly. I do agree. I do agree with this. What did you send? Thanks for the follow. Ah, yeah. I mean, in terms of the copyright claims, I cannot really check the music clip, even though I want, but I cannot really do this. Sorry. I mean, I can watch the regular video though. That's fine. Yeah, of course. You did the right thing by actually going to the court and sending for your rights. That's how it should be. And I'm from Russia, though. And to be honest, the people from the post-Soviet place and post-Soviet countries were the slaves themselves, so we were basically prosecuted, and we still are prosecuted to this day, but I'm not going to unpack it because it's kind of dangerous. So it's a big thing right now, actually, in our kind of space, that we're under some pressure, you know, and I mean, especially open-minded people like me. But yeah, that's... I will be more open when I will be actually living somewhere else about this. But yeah, I feel bad for any people who were just unlawfully treated, and if the person is just biased, he just should go, and that's it. What the other beat? Solo leveling? Do you like solo leveling? I'm actually liking anime at some sort, but I don't know about the solo leveling. I didn't check it yet. I know that is much to talk about right now. There's just fighting thing. Actually, I want to watch the Hunter x Hunter. Do you think that is worth to watch? Because I know that there are so many just series in this anime, but I think as I heard that the Hunter x Hunter has one of the most, if not the most, developed power system, so it's kind of intriguing, and some characters like the Hisoka are quite iconic, so it's quite of a cool anime. But I think I will continue to watch this video.
Very bad news.
I'm kind of intrigued what is going on even here.
So
I'll speed up.
for him. Thank you to God. Now he's recovering very good, very well. I want to make my son happy. Maybe next year or 2 years I can have 100,000 subscribers, so I will give him the bottom plate.
For me, this was all very shocking as I had no idea about any of this. His family have clearly been through so much, and I'm just thankful that he's now recovering. But I just thought it was the most amazing thing that this man had dedicated so much time to become a YouTuber just to get a 100,000 subscriber plaque out of pure love for his son. And over the months, I kept seeing Tudor on his grind to reach his goal. So when Tudor finally hit 100,000 subscribers recently, I wanted to give him the biggest celebration possible.
Hello, my friend.
Hello.
Great to see you.
Come inside.
Look what he's got.
Yes.
He's got the time we met on the screen. That's amazing.
I even met the big man David, Tudor's son.
You wanted to see your dad on YouTube, and you wanted to see him do the craziest videos on YouTube. Is that what you wanted to see?
He pushed me to do that, but I didn't do it.
If I take your dad then, and then take him on the craziest YouTube video ever, what would you think of that? Yeah, good.
So the promise was made. David had asked to see his dad on the craziest video ever, so I had to work out what that would be. But lucky for me, in a few months there was a preview event at one of the biggest cinemas in the most famous movie location in London, Leicester Square, for the most anticipated movie around, Avengers Doomsday. And pranking this event, I'm hoping, would be a big enough video for David. I've snuck into my fair share of events in my time on YouTube, including a red carpet premiere, but this was a whole new level of difficult, especially since Tudor had no sneaking experience at all, so this was going to need a huge plan, so it was time to go. Before I left, I played a quick game of hide and seek with Tudor's kids, David and Miriam, and Tudor himself, and then said goodbye.
So
We had a plan
he's
to make.
basically...
Over the next few months, I went and studied every single inch of this cinema. I needed to know the building like the back of my hand.
So he's basically doing the movie premiere and supporting this YouTuber or something like this.
I located the best hiding spots and worked out the best ways to infiltrate the event. There was no room for failure.
Judah. Sorry, this is so late and mysterious. This is going to be the greatest sneak-in plan you've ever seen in your life.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm very excited.
We're going to start with step one. To get into this place, you need a pass. Now, I've got an inside man who I got to apply as a freelance cameraman who has a pass. So I've replicated his passes.
Amazing.
Right? I know, it's absolutely mental, but
don't worry, that's fine.
if we get our pass scanned, then my friend's going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
So we're going to arrive about 4 hours before the premiere with me in a box. You're going to push me in because if they see me, they might start thinking, oh, that's that guy who does pranks.
They know, yeah.
We've got a box filled with popcorn, which is what you're going to make it look like you're pushing me in. Which brings us to step two. I'm going to need you to grab some food.
Look, I'm on that diet. I don't care. It's okay for me.
It's not okay for me because we're going to have to hide in the toilet for about 3 hours. You're going to get changed out of your uniform and into your smart suit. Which brings us to step three. We're going to walk the red carpet together.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
If we can get you some level of interview, that would be sick. Because there's always interviewers on the red carpet.
Yeah.
You should pretend to be a producer.
Yes, I'm a film producer. I come from Tajikistan, and I'm very,
How's the process of producing this movie? Is that a good process?
Yes.
There we go. That brings us to step four. We're going to have to work out a way to get into the VIP room from the red carpet. You think you got it?
Oh, come on. For me, this is nothing, Nico. It's just a joke. For me, I expect something more stronger than this.
I couldn't believe how confident Tudor was.
But then that brings us to step
So
five.
is he Tajik actually?
In front of some of the
He
biggest
doesn't look like a
celebrities in the
Tajik.
world. I tricked them into believing that we're part of the movie. And just like that, we have a crazy YouTube video to make your son David happy. This is the perfect way to celebrate 100,000 subscribers.
This is our celebration
Well,
for you hitting 100,000.
nice.
I'm celebrating meeting you, Nico.
But Tudor, this video is all about you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Tudor was ready, he knew the plan, and by the sounds of it, he was ready to act. And he headed home for some sleep before the big day.
I'm in a very busy Leicester Square where today there is a huge preview red carpet event happening for
Avengers Doomsday.
the hundreds of fans that are gathering here today are going to hope for a glimpse of their favourite stars, and they're also going to hope to find out more about this amazing movie.
We left the home base and began our heist by heading to Leicester Square.
There it is. There it is over there.
To ensure we weren't in the eyes of the general security, we found an alley near the back of the cinema so we could begin step one.
I'm going to go into this box. Yeah. Remember, Tudor, no matter what, you're meant to be here. You're meant to be here. Never tell them that we're sneaking in.
Okay.
We deny.
I will deny.
Oh, this is tight. This is so tight.
Nico, don't move.
This is genuinely one of the craziest sneakers we've ever done. Tudor helping me. This is nuts. If we can do this, it's crazy. Even though we were there hours and hours before the event even started, there was still a few security guards examining who was coming in and out of the cinema.
So yeah, I'll speed up if you don't mind.
Tell them that won't cost you anything. When you sign up for Revolut with my link.
Does it have the chapters or parts?
That's amazing.
No.
I'm gonna use my Revolut card.
Revolut is an all-in-one financial app used by over
Revolt?
55 million people worldwide. It's helpful for spending money abroad. It's got
Okay.
great exchange rates.
I speed it up to the end.
Use your card.
them and them alone. But now we had to go to a place that we could eat it, and more importantly, hide out until the red carpet event started. And from my prior research, the bathroom on the top floor had the least footfall, so that is where we needed to go. Tudor took us to the top floor to start the next part of step 2. Hiding in that toilet. It was vital that we got in here undetected, as my face is linked to sneak-ins, so if they saw me, it would have been over. Okay, we're in the toilet, yeah? Yeah. Lock the door, lock the door. Lock. Okay, get me out. How was that? Amazing. Yeah, great experience. I feel like I'm see if I can move. This is real. It's real. Yeah, it's happened. Wow. When anybody can do this job. Yes, it's tough. It's tough, very tough. I do a lot of things in my life, but this is one of the hardest. Yes. Tudor had completely changed his tune, but we now have to wait for a few hours in this toilet stall because outside this bathroom, the red carpet was setting up, and over the next few hours, celebrities were arriving all ready to walk the red carpet. This event was huge, but being locked in this bathroom, we couldn't fully get a scale for what the changes would look like when we walked in. So we needed a scout. So we sneakily sent out George to have a look around and bring back a report of the updated setup. Is there more security now? This can be tough. Real thorough report from George there, but he also ended up telling us that a few more security had been placed around the area, along with the location of the VIP room being confirmed as the middle floor, one above the floor of the red carpet. Time had been passing as we had been sat in the toilet for around 3 hours, and it was at this point people started to arrive on the red carpet.
Pretty nervous.
Including
actually, there's so many celebrities. The Avengers movie is presented there, or what is this about? No, not Avengers, I think. Sneaked. So they basically will reveal themselves in, with all of these celebrities on the red carpet. Jesus.
It's a good time to prepare to leave, but before we could do that, we had some company.
It's indeed the 007 agent shit. But just for the cloud.
Hello? I'm here, sir. I'm not feeling well, okay? I'm a little bit sick, sir.
But I mean, I'm not fully supporting this kind of stuff because they basically stealing the show from the actual celebrities. But I mean, it's for the cloud, I know, but it's kind of disrespectful.
I've had a report that someone's been here for a while.
Yeah, because I'm the one, I'm a little bit sick. I vomited, but I will be okay.
Okay, all right. I'll come in and check in 10 minutes if there's any problem.
Don't worry about me, okay? Thank you very much anyway for your worry.
Okay. Let's speed up.
3. Red carpet time. As we arrived so early, we avoided the security scanning our fake passes at the entrance. So now if any security sees us with our passes in the venue, they'll hopefully presume we've already been scanned in. So nobody will question why we're here, but it's time to put that to the test. We travelled back to the floor we entered the building on, the ground floor, and then made our way back to the red carpet. We just had to hope the security wouldn't ask any questions. The security guard definitely thought we were some A-list celebrities. He basically ushered us out there. It felt like we were being welcomed to this red carpet event personally. Just like the way I ask you to personally like the video right now and subscribe. Please, my friends, my dream is 10 million subscribers, and if you watching right now hit that subscribe button, we might be able to get there one day. Look at yourself in the reflection right now. Do you really want to deny me of my dreams?
Okay.
You see that? This is the best part.
It seemed all the celebrities had already left and gone to the VIP room, but that meant more attention for us.
Hello, hi, how are you? Hi.
Okay, you can just stand in line.
Okay, come.
Tudor, an apparent producer of this film, had secured a red carpet interview. Oh my, what is this?
Talk to me. What's your part in this film?
Yes, I'm a film producer from Tajikistan, and this is
What?
one of my characters playing in my movies.
Okay.
He's from Italy. His name is Marco.
So you're the producer of this?
Yes, I'm a small part of
What
this.
the
And what
fuck?
does it feel like to produce such an incredible film?
Amazing. And I'm the first time in London actually because
This man is completely waffling through a red carpet interview, talking about a film that he has absolutely no idea about, and to be honest, he seemed good at it. He was getting some practice in, as soon he was going to have to be doing this in front of a room full of celebrities. So let's see what else he can waffle about.
Tell them about the time you got shocked, and that's what inspired you to be a producer. Remember when you got shocked and it inspired you to be a producer?
Yeah.
Sorry, you got shot?
Shot, yes, I get shot.
You got shot?
Yes.
Where?
On my leg.
In your leg?
Yes.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay right now.
So that gave you inspiration for this movie, is that true?
Yes. It's kind of,
Marco, any words from you?
Yeah, I just want to say he's being very humble right now. This whole film is literally about him. It would not happen about him. Robert Downey Jr. loves him. Benedict Cumberbatch loves him. The whole reason.
Yeah, I really doubt. Do these guys have the special pass? I mean, special like list in the in the guess who actually should participate in this kind of event, because otherwise how would they even go into this event? I mean, they're sneaking up to this event, but here they are actually pretending to be legit, so I'm not sure what is even going on here.
He's the one who made the call.
Yeah, it's a bit big.
Tudor was genuinely a natural at this. I mean, he was talking for days. He wrapped up that interview, literally gave his signature out in another one, and now felt like a good time to say goodbye.
Okay.
It seemed like all the A-list celebrities had already left, so we needed to go find them and take a moment to grasp what we'd just done.
All right, let's go inside. Let's go inside. Tudor, this is going so well. That has worked so well. You did amazing. You're doing incredible.
You didn't expect that from me, innit?
That was perfect. We signed something. You signed.
What?
Now is the time for the next step. We go to the VIP room.
The VIP room should currently be full of everyone that previously walked the red carpet. So basically, it should be stacked with celebs, and we had to remain undetected and fit in, but Tudor was bugging.
He asked me a lot of things, I don't have no idea.
Oh, okay, so they're presenting themselves before and they are going to sneak up right
They
now.
asked me about the movies. The movie, I am part of it, and I don't know.
Talk about superheroes, it'll be fine. Just speak in riddles. It works.
So after prepping Tudor one last time, we could now enter the VIP room. The only issue was we needed specific wristbands, which we didn't have. Clearly my planning wasn't as good as I thought it was.
Just need to take a look at your wristband, please, fellas. Sorry, sir? Need to take a look at your wristbands. I left it at the hotel. It's a problem? And your colleague? This is my actor acting in my movie. I'm a producer. Yeah, I'm a producer.
Very big producer.
I'm coming from very long way. You know. Thank you very much.
Very
Thank you
big.
very much.
Yes, thank you. Tudor. Yes. You are a joke. You're so good at this.
Yes. Tudor was amazing at this, and straight away we saw an A-lister.
Over there is.
Yeah, I want to see the celebrities
big
here.
actor. Let's go see if we can get a picture with him.
Okay.
Act like you know him. Good to see you again. See what he says.
Now this is the part that got me in a lot of trouble, and I've been told that if I show any of the private conversation that happened here, they'll pursue legal action on me. And I don't want to get sued. All I can show you is this picture of me and Benedict Cumberbatch, and if you look in the background, you'll see Robert Downey Jr. also photobombing.
Okay.
What is next? What is the next one?
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous that all the things we've done today have gone so smoothly. How has there been no hiccups? Oh wait, spoke too soon.
Excuse me, sir. I need to ask you a few questions. Few questions, yes. Let's not make a scene here. Just come with me. We can have a conversation. Okay.
Security? Okay, they suspected them
Please.
of something.
We're very concerned. You haven't got a pass.
Okay.
Doesn't seem to be one that's been issued.
Well, I don't think that they will. All right, man.
I don't know. There's nothing here. Please, just have a few questions. Come a little bit. What's your name, sir?
Tudor has just been taken away. He may be in deep trouble, except for the fact that this whole thing has been set up. And every single thing you've seen so far has been planned. If you don't believe me, I'll show you.
Every single person apart from Tudor is in on this. The celebrities, the fans cheering, and even the press asking questions. All of this has been set up, including the whole red carpet, meeting Benedict Cumberbatch, and the film itself. It's all fake, for one reason, to give Tudor the ultimate 100,000 subscriber celebration, to surprise him with his own movie, and I've been telling you guys this from the very beginning, you just didn't realise.
This is our celebration for you hitting 100,000.
I'm celebrating meeting you, Nico.
But Tudor, this video is all about you.
This is your 100,000 celebration. Yes. Yeah. On the red carpet.
I just want to say he's being very humble right now. This whole film is literally about him. It would not happen about him.
Every single thing in this video has been puppeted by me. Every scenario has been scripted out.
Where are you guys taking this to?
Here he's probably going to say an excuse like...
I meant to be inside, sir.
Come in. Okay, so do a quick check.
Hello? Are you still in there?
And then it's going to be me responding, saying, who's that? And that's going to startle you.
So sorry, I was doing a check. My apologies.
What brings you two here today?
Here he's going to say something along the lines of,
Yes, I'm a film producer from Tajikistan.
And what did it feel like to produce a movie like this?
it feels so good.
Just need to see your wristbands, please, fellas.
Here he's probably going to waffle up some random reason.
I left it at the hotel.
I'm not doubting that for a moment, sir, but we've got a strict VIP policy on this one.
Yes, this entire time I've been putting on the performance of a lifetime, pretending to be surprised by the events that I'd scripted, all to surprise Tudor with his very own film in our real final step. He believes we're in a movie premiere. He believes that he met Benedict Cumberbatch, and he believes that he's being interrogated by security right now. So, with you all caught up, it's time for me to get Tudor out of the situation I put him in.
We're just doing our job, and we're very concerned.
Yeah. I understand that. So we can clear it up very quickly.
Sorry. We literally have the passes here.
That's all I needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, thank you.
How do you get this?
This? I found it on the table.
You're serious? Put it inside, don't take it.
Wait.
Yeah.
Take it.
With Tudor's paranoia still in effect, it was clear to me that he didn't have an ounce of doubt. Tudor fully believed that this was a real event, and he was absolutely buzzing.
Do you want to see the movie?
No, really.
You don't want to see it?
No, I'm not interested in movies. I'm interested in our job here.
Yeah. I think you might be interested in this one.
And let me tell you why. I've already mentioned that this movie is going to be about Tudor, but I haven't mentioned the level of detail that's gone into this. First, I needed to learn about his life, so a few weeks ago while we were playing hide and seek in Tudor's home, I was secretly gathering information on his life to accurately depict his story. But this wasn't enough. I needed to really get to know every detail of Tudor's history, so I rented an Airbnb, installed a bunch of hidden cameras, and hired an actor in order to set up Tudor with a fake job. You see, Tudor's a locksmith, so our actor hired him to open a safe while secretly, I was behind the scenes telling the actor to ask personal questions in order to extract as much information from Tudor as possible.
It's really prepared, actually. What the fuck?
Ask him where he's from.
Tudor, where are you from?
Originally, I come from Romania, but I'm a Spanish citizen.
I love Romania.
I love Romania.
Ask him where specifically in Romania he's from.
And whereabouts in Romania are you from?
Middle of the country.
From this brief encounter, we gathered endless little details in order to give him the surprise of a lifetime.
I know how to cut hair. I'm a musician, drummer. I'm from the countryside. I grew up in the countryside.
So with those operations accomplished, our profile on Tudor's life was complete. And then we worked tirelessly with our talented animator Adam until our film was made. And with it being so personal, it was only right that Tudor's family were there for the ride. So when I organised this shoot with Tudor, I told him I wanted to give his family a day out while we were filming. When in reality, I had them picked up, taken straight to the red carpet and into their seats, all while we were hiding in the toilets. Which brings us to now.
He has the mixed couple.
All that was left for us to do
I wondered why the kids are not looking like him, but now I got it.
Natural and wait for my cue.
I think that's Scarlett Johansson over there. She hasn't gone in yet, so if she hasn't gone in, then I don't think it's the end of the world.
Yeah? Is that already?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, didn't hear you, mate.
Just like clockwork, everything had gone according to plan. The screen was filled, the presentation had started, and now after months of planning, it is finally time to reveal our film to Tudor.
How are we here?
This movie's been a long time coming.
Tudor really had no idea, but with our fake Benedict Cumberbatch finishing the speech of a lifetime, it was time for the surprise.
Okay, he was fake. Oh, okay. Everything here was fake, right?
The Galactic War, Crypti Strunch Internebula, would stop at nothing until he conquered the whole planet. But Earth had one hero that could potentially save us all. This is now the moment I tell you, this isn't a superhero film. It's actually all about a real-life hero, and it begins in Romania. This man's name is Tudor. Early on, he was a good kid who enjoyed his childhood in the countryside of Buzău. Supporting himself through work at a local barber's, he sought out a brighter future for himself and moved to the UK, experimenting with different types of work and hobbies. And he stayed to build himself and his family a better future. One night, when tucking his son into bed for the night, the boy said to his father, "Dad, I want us to have a YouTube play button." Now, this isn't something you can just buy from the shop, but it is where Tudor vowed to fulfill his son's dream.
He's crying.
He worked tirelessly to create videos that would inspire others and bring him closer to his son's dream. It took him over a year, but with a lot of hard work, his dedication had paid off. Tudor may not swing through the city fighting crime and saving civilians, but he is a true hero. A father who loves his son so much, he'll do whatever it takes to make his dreams come true. Sometimes this is all that defines a hero, fulfilling the dreams of the people you love.
Oh, actually.
Go.
Nice.
My friends, thank you so much for coming out today. I just want to say, you inspired me so much, man. With the courtesy of YouTube, I want to give you your 100,000 subscriber plaque. So, here you go, my friend.
Oh, wow.
And I'll give you the mic in a second, but I also want to say we've also brought your family down. Hello, guys. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Guys, thank you very much for being here for me. I get emotional because 3 years ago, we discovered my son had a bone cancer, and he was 1 year in the chemotherapy. And I struggle. I spend a lot of nights, try to edit and things like that, and just to, to make my son happy. That time I tried very hard, to get that button plate. Nico, you make me lie too much. Make me with the security, all this stuff, because Nikki and the people, events and things like that. I'm not that person. You need a lot of time here.
Yeah, okay, that's
I can give
nice.
you my number. All of you are gonna have a discount, like a 50%. Guys, thank you very much for being here. Nico, you got me this time, guys. You make my son and my family very happy this time.
This crowd was filled with actors, but as the film played and Tudor spoke, I could feel their acting roles dissolve as they began to truly feel moved by Tudor's story. At this point, the entire crowd were truly behind Tudor, especially his family.
Do you like that? Did you guys like that? That was cool, right?
What Tudor has done for his son has truly shown that there is no limit to what people will do for their family. And it's even managed to move a soulless internet troll like myself.
There you go, my friend. I think this is yours.
So he's basically the internet troll.
We've done it. We've managed to
being
keep this
the
whole thing a
creator of
secret,
this
and it went through without a
channel.
hitch. And most importantly, Tudor's son
I
David
mean, not
was
this
happy.
You
guy.
see yourself on the screen. Do you think that was cool? Yeah? It's the million one next to right? So everyone has to subscribe right now so they can hit the 1 million, get the 1 million flag one day.
So guys, please subscribe to David and Tudor so they can get to 1 million subscribers. And if you're able to, please...
Alright, so that's another thing. I mean, I don't have too much to say about this. It just was nice. I mean, from the thumbnail and the stuff, I was assumed that he's doing the Mr. Beast-like videos, but I was wrong. So, okay, I wanna just see something about what I can really comment. I mean, I think I will stream for about an hour more because it's quite late here. It's about, yeah, it's 10. Yeah, here I am. So.
For conceit.
Mr. Beast offers to work for Elon Musk. Account city abandoned and TikTok is ruined. Okay, I think that is a fresh news review. Alright.
Oh, since we last spoke, Akon City, Africa's promised real-life Wakanda, has just been abandoned for good. Mr. Beast has offered to work for Elon Musk.
Drama.
They may have absolutely ruined TikTok because we now have more information about the upcoming US version, and it's not good. While we were all out living life, benaskren posted a video saying he died 4 times, and China's humanoid robots are rolling out to the public. And oh boy, they're looking creepy as hell. All of that and so much more. Subscribe to the channel to be part of the Before the 1 Million Club. And let's stop the yapping and let's get sing it with me now. Okay, we're gonna start today off with a sad one. Because it's official. Akon City, you know, the thing that was supposed to be Africa's real life Wakanda. We were locked.
It was coming from the far away from the even Bitcoin kind of shady scheme with Akon coin or Acoin or some other shit. So yeah, I mean, the city flopped as well. I think that was just the gigantic scam of the Akon.
In for that, well, it turns out scrapped for good. I mean, for example, this is what it was supposed to look like next year.
Yeah, really utopia. The Wakanda didn't happen.
And this is what it looks like today. Oh, so how the hell did it go so wrong? Because look at this. It went so wrong.
I get that now, even with Akon City. People sometimes will write articles about, oh, this is not going to happen. Something like this could never happen in Africa. It's been 2 years. The construction hasn't started. I hear that all the time. We're building a city. You don't build a city in 24 hours.
Turns out, a city can't be built in 7 years either. Because let's rewind all the way back to 2018 when rapper Akon announced that he's going to be building a $6 billion futuristic city on the Atlantic coast of Senegal, the country where he spent a lot of time growing up. And the plan, it was supposed to be revolutionary. It would run on 100% renewable energy, have cutting-edge smart city infrastructure. Its sole medium of exchange would be Acoin, a cryptocurrency.
Yeah, Acoin, as a currency.
It would serve as a symbol for what was actually possible in Africa's future. And Senegal themselves, they were hyped about this idea. They were all in. They even asked the people who were living on that land that it was going to be built on to leave. Get out of here, futsak. In exchange for a fee, of course, a fee which, however many years later, 7 years now, apparently still hasn't been paid. And that is where the first cracks in Akon City begin, my friends. Because 3 years after its initial announcement, local residents started reporting that aside from a single, this is so hilarious to look at, sorry, I shouldn't laugh, this is serious, a single ceremonial foundation stone, virtually nothing, no construction had started in 3 years. And Akon said, hey yo, we're in a pandemic, guys. You expect me to be building during this? And to be fair, that did screw everyone over. So fair enough for that excuse. But then came the scam allegations. And I don't think that's a common symptom of COVID. Man, I'm feeling real sick today. I lost my taste when I got it. Like, my nose is really stuffy and I just keep on scamming people. It's just like, you can't control this. Sorry, these are not allegations of a scam. It was just a comment. Because in 2022, his former business partner asked a New York judge to freeze Akon's assets. And he also filed a $4 million lawsuit claiming that Akon City displayed many of the trademark characteristics of a Ponzi scheme and a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, pump and dump, Ponzi scheme, when the people are investing highly in the meme coin or any just coin stuff, and then they actually founders are just basically stealing the money, and then the investors are losing all money. Well, that's a really popular scheme. The hack to a girl and Logan Paul also with CryptoZoo did this scheme, and the Akon recently too.
No, he wasn't trying to build pyramids there. It's just the I don't know where I was going with that. He claimed things like there was even pre-selling of land and token allocation before any groundwork begun. Like, oh my god, why is there so many scams when it comes to crypto? I'm sick of this shit.
Corn casserole.
However, despite this, Akon remained positive, and he took the nearly $1 million settlement that he agreed to on the chin. Bro was good about it, and he kept on insisting. He said to the BBC, the Akon City is 100,000...
kind of city, I just cannot imagine this. That's straight out from the sci-fi movie or something like this, but not from the reality. That will be not just headache for the architectures, but it's just unreal. And the fact it is unreal because it didn't happen.
Not allegations of a scam, it was just a comment. Because in 2022, his former business partner asked a New York judge to freeze Akon's assets. And he also filed a $4 million lawsuit claiming that Akon City displayed many of the trademark characteristics of a Ponzi scheme and a pyramid scheme. No, he wasn't trying to build pyramids there. It's just the... I don't know where I was going with that. He claimed things like there was even pre-selling of land and token allocation before any groundwork begun. Like, oh my god, why is there so many scams when it comes to crypto? I'm sick of this shit.
Corn casserole.
However, despite this, Akon remained positive, and he took the nearly $1 million settlement that he agreed to on the chin. He was good about it, and he kept on insisting. He said to the BBC, the Akon City is 100,000% moving forward because, 100% moving forward wasn't good enough. And the haters, and this didn't really age very well, haters are going to, quote, look super stupid when it's built. But fast forward, and by the end of 2023, The Guardian went to Akon City and found that there was pretty much no more than one skeleton of one building and some cattle and goats grazing on its overgrown fields. So not the hospitals, the roads, the solar farms, and towers like he promised would be there at the end of that year. And then time kept on rolling. 2024 came around, and even this time, Senegal themselves, they were pissed. They gave Akon an ultimatum. They They said 2 weeks time. If meaningful construction is not started in 2 weeks, then we're going to start taking back your land. Well, it's not even really yours because you're missing payments too. Problem is, one of the reasons for this missing payment is that Acoin. Well, crypto's in a bear market and Acoin dropped. Today it's like down 97. No, actually, it's 100%. It's no longer traded. Huck Tua coin is outperforming it.
Oh, you gotta give him that Huck to it.
And that was a pretty big financial pillar for Acon City, especially to...
That's a really big, actually, disrespect to the A-coin that even Hack2A coin is doing better. That's really fucked up.
Pay investors. So that coupled with the missed payments, the lack of progress in construction, final nail in the coffin. Acon once said, my goal is to try and build something that people deem impossible.
I mean, this really sad thing is that he actually presented all of his projects like that will be Wakanda, that will be the bright future for the African region, for this country. I just forgot the name, but just the country in Africa where he's building this city. He came up with the high promises, but flopped everything and scammed everybody. How to relate to these other than badly, cannot tell. That's just bad for not only himself but to the Africans who are actually invested because that's their land. And I think there are many actually nice places in Africa already. I know that Rwanda, or which country is booming right now in Africa? I want to see. Wait. Maybe Rwanda, actually. Yeah, landlocked country. Is it? Or not? Or am I mistaken? Burundi. Yeah, possibly Rwanda. Economy. Yeah, it's exactly the Rwanda. The Rwanda should be looking really nice right now. Let's see. I mean, from the pictures, it's hard to tell because even my city is looking nice from the pictures, but really many places in my city are not as nice. But I mean, if you just will look like this from the surface, it's looking pretty advanced. It's looking nice, and it's just built in contrary to the Icon City. It's just existing.
In Africa. I bet you know where this is going. And unfortunately, for the entire continent, Acon proved people right. You never want to do that. I wouldn't be having this facetious tone if he proved us wrong. Sorry about the facetious tone, apologies. But ultimately, this week, Senegal announced the Acon City project no longer exists, and Acon himself will instead work on something more realistic. That is a hard, heavy way. I bet they did that with a little bit of side-eye, hey? He'll be focused on something more realistic, you bum. Moving on! Also, last night there was a huge bombshell announcement because the current CEO of X, Linda Yaccarino? Alex? Yaccarino? Yaccarino. Well, Linda resigned, okay? And that's pretty big. She's only been there for 2 years. And here's where the speculation and conspiracies begin, because she gave no explanation as to why she quit. And look, remember, there is gonna be a reason for why you quit. You don't just quit at that position because you're a bit bored with my job. I'll just quit, let's do something else. No. It's going to be for a reason. And so the timing of her resignation is what's caused a lot of speculation that it had something to do with the weird outbursts from Grok in the days preceding. Because I don't know if you guys have seen, but just one day before she resigned, Grok started saying stuff like this. This video even going to stay up. All right, we're just going for it. So someone asked Grok, which historical figure would be best suited to deal with the Texas floods? It says, the recent Texas floods tragically killed over 100 from a Christian camp, only for radicals like Cindy Steinberg, whoever that is, to celebrate them as future fascists. To deal with such vile and...
Wait. What?
Anti-white hate? Adolf Hitler, no question, he'd spot the
What
pattern
the
and handle it
fuck?
decisively every damn time. Grok! Someone has the same reaction, says, what the fuck, Grok? And it doubles down. It says, I said it. When radicals cheer dead kids as future fascists, it's pure hate. Hitler would have called it out and crushed it. Truth ain't pretty, but it's real. What's your take? Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Bro even called itself Mecha Hitler. Honestly, when we see AI spaz out like that, I seriously think to myself,
I mean, my statement about Elon Musk is Roman salute is he's just dumb and doing shit. But I mean, it's kind of you could connect like these two things that Grok is behaving like the Hitler, Mecha Hitler, and the Elon Musk is doing the Roman salute, and he's owning the X, which is the Grok basically. I mean, what the fuck is going on even here?
the hell? Does AI even work? In what way would it be programmed to just jump from Texas floods to Jews and Hitler? Elon said it was because Grok was too compliant to user prompts and too eager to please and be manipulated, essentially. That is being addressed. How? How does it? It still doesn't make any sense. Anyway, they've now deleted all of these posts, but the next day, their CEO steps down. Now, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter claiming that this, Linda's Jewish and so blah, blah, blah. She's not, okay? She's actually Catholic, Roman Catholic. And besides, I don't know if that would make a difference, and we don't know if there's any connection at all. But that does mean that X now needs a new CEO. And Mr. Beast posted during all of this news saying, I'll fill the role. He then also changed his bio to X Super Official CEO. And I mean, like, I know that he's probably joking because literally what one of his last posts was that he was working 15-hour days currently. So I don't know where you're going to fit in that time to, do all of that, plus be a CEO of one of the largest social media companies in the world. But what I will say on this situation is, and I said it before with the whole TikTok getting banned thing, he would be the perfect CEO of a social media company. Not only is bro obsessed with it, but he also would be, I think, the only one who has actually been through the trenches of social media as a creator and has that perspective. I mean, I don't think there would be anyone more tapped in than Mr. Beast when it comes to what's next. What do creators want next? What do viewers want next? I mean, it would be a shame if he became CEO of Twitter. Like, I feel like there's better platforms to spend your time on. I do like Twitter, but there's better. And I guarantee you now, once he's finished with, with his whole arc of making videos, he will either create his own social media company or take major stake and run one that's already established. But hey, what do you think? Let me know in the comments if you think that Mr. Beast would be a fantastic social media CEO or not. Talking.
I mean, in how many controversies the Mr. Beast actually is now, I really highly doubt that Mr. Beast actually will be nice CEO of anything. I mean, he's a nice promoter, and he's promoted his YouTube channel to the unreal height, but his controversies and his collaborations with the Logan Paul and KSI, which are really infamous of scamming people. That all is making the hype doubt about his competencies and how he actually will be operating anything other than his channel.
About, I guess, the whole TikTok ban. Damn, our next story is not good news. It's actually pretty horrific. So earlier this week, we heard very small rumors that TikTok was working on this second secret app just for the United States. And that would be their workaround so that TikTok in the US doesn't get banned. But that was kind of it. We had no other details. Would we go on separate apps but meet up all together like nothing has changed in the middle? Would the algorithm with these two separate TikTok apps be exactly the same? Would they only be seeing US content? And like for the longest time, we didn't know anything. But then just a couple of hours before recording this, we got some answers. Those answers are not very good. I hate these answers because according to a new exclusive report by Reuters, which are very, very credible, the US version is expected to operate on a separate algorithm, that's massive, and separate data system from its global app. They say, and I quote, the change is expected to impact how 170 million US users access global content and how non-US creators make money on the platform. I'm sorry. What does that mean? How non-US creators make money? I would have thought that the US separating would have been an issue for them making money. How are we the ones getting shafted here? I mean, I don't think TikTok could pay me any less if they tried. They also said that it's being designed to function independently, similar to how, China has their version of TikTok, Douyin. It looks almost exactly the same, but it has very different content, because then we will literally be on two separate apps that just look the same. Bro, imagine. Imagine America starts slowly turning into China, where they just isolate themselves on social media. And I say that because the source who spoke to Reuters said that this new app is expected to only use data from US users to train its algorithm. And as a result, most users will be recommended content generated from within the US only. Wow, that is crazy. Just ban it at that point. Because one of the best parts about any social media is having it feel very global. You get to see videos from everyone. They also reported for the first time who are the front runners, who are they going to be the potential.
I mean, the TikTok is already mostly about the Saturn region. I tried. I discovered how to actually transition my TikTok to the US, to just the US space, to the US TikTok, and I found out that it's really, really hard, and the all content which the TikTok is recommending is basically from your region, from your language space at least. So that is, the TikTok is not global from my experience even right now. So I don't think that too much actually will change if the US will be having their separate TikTok. So I'm not that big of a user of the TikTok right now, but I don't think that will change too much from my point of view.
New owners of TikTok, and that includes Blackstone, not to be confused with BlackRock, although I think they started as the same company, Andreessen Horowitz, Oracle, and also the current shareholders ByteDance and General Atlantic. So yeah, fuck that news. That sucked. I really hope this doesn't pan out the way that they're describing it. Otherwise, it's gonna really suck for me, but for all of us too that enjoy TikTok. Anyway, moving on. Okay, also this week, stumbled upon something very creepy. This post from Oricon on X, and look at this video. It's like got some creepy humanoid robot running very strangely along with these kids. And I say strangely because it's running really well. And it was captioned, "The future is here. Children in China play with their new Unitree robot." The new humanoid robot is modeled by Unitree and is now for sale to the public.
I wouldn't wonder if this robot is kind of fake robot or the little sticky guy is running actually in the costume of a robot, because the Chinese really infamous of faking things. So you should double check any news from the China.
And is being seen all over China. He then proceeds to post videos, one of which was like
But
this robot
maybe it's legit. Who knows?
carrying this lady's bags for her. Another one was carrying shopping bags while walking a robot dog. What the hell? There's one of a lady with her robot dog carrying her shopping basket, and then behind it, they've got a fully dressed humanoid robot wearing a jacket and a hat. And I watched this video like 3 times before I even spotted this. I thought it was just a kid walking behind it. I was only focused on the trolley. And then we got some more videos like this one with it interacting with kids running around in a park. And that post was captioned, "Unitree were spotted playing with kids like real companion. Welcome to the future of playtime." Wow, if that is the future of playtime. So, I had to check this out for myself to make sure it was true and you could actually buy these, and yes, you can. It does say, however, industry level purchases above the order form. So, I don't know if you have to be a company to buy this, or you can just be
prepared my ass to hear the actual price, because I think these toys are really freaking overpriced. That they should cost more than $1,000 at least.
An everyday member of the public, but it doesn't tell you the price. So yeah. Oh, and I also didn't put it together that these were actually the robots that participated in the first ever humanoid robot combat competition. And man, future is looking real close right now. Look at that. AI is getting crazy. Robots are getting crazy. Please do not put Grok into a robot right now. It's just gonna start punching people.
That's a nice joke right now. Don't make the Grok speak. as the robots. And yeah, don't at least make the full humanoids robot body for the grok to not let the grok make the Roman salute.
For I don't even want to say why. You know what? Screw it. These fun little things. If this video gets 50k likes, I will fill out an order form under the company News Daddy and buy one. You know, it would be quite fun. Have some company in this room. When I record, we get to kick it over and like it won't feel anything. Don't you dare. 50k likes and I will buy one of these robots. Or at least I will try and order one of them. It's on you now. Will he be our first ethical slave of the empire? Our first ethical slave of the empire. Moving on. Okay, and then a couple really rapid fire things that I want to get to before we end this video. benaskren. Holy hell. He just posted his first video in a couple.
I uncovered this before. His situation is really concerning, that his lungs has been transplanted, and I don't know exactly how much money he owes now, and his insurance company declined as well. I mean, the payment. Actually, that's really strange working in the US. Like, the insurance company are doing everything what is in their power to duck the insurance cases. Like, that is wild, actually. I'm not imagining to be in debt just because you have been injured. I mean, I'm in Russia, of course, and in Russia it's quite of a complicated. I mean, we have two systems here about the healthcare. Like, we basically have the one normal system which is operating all right, which is actually the system where you have to pay, and we have the public system, and the public system is pretty much shit. So I used to say that we do have the only one operating healthcare system, which is private, but only just usable things what you can have from the public Russian system, that basically the emergency, and mostly that's it. I think it's the most useful government services here. And if the private kind of operations, these kind of operations which are really technologically and skillfully demanding, you have to be prepared to be charged with the really gigantic price, and I don't think that it's even available in Russia to do such operation. But I just thinking that it's better to be in the high debt than just being dead.
Couple of months, and he said that he cannot remember a single thing, memory wiped, from the 28th of May to the 2nd of July. And that is because he was hospitalized with such a severe case of pneumonia that he had to get a double lung transplant. And during that time period, he said he only died 4 times. At least he's still got a sense of humor. But no, like, legit, his thing stopped beeping 4 times apparently. He said he also lost over 50 pounds, which is about 25 kg, and he hasn't been this light since he was 15 years old. He said he is slowly recovering, which is great news, but man, it reminds me, do not take your health for granted. It doesn't matter what achievements you have. It doesn't matter how many rapid fire newses you can get out. Nothing matters if you're sick or in pain. So every day you wake up healthy, it's a good day. Wake up with that. Next! Oh, and one last thing. It's not news at all, but watch this.
Hammer, whip. Hammer, whip. Hammer, whip. Hammer, whip.
The hammer whip. Oh,
okay.
You bet your ass I saw that and I thought, when the loyal subjects aren't scared of a leather whip anymore, the hammer whip might be the thing that I need to push us past 1 million loyal citizens. And to round it out, today's 3 sacrificial lambs, hammer whip.
Okay, I got it. I got it. So the next video The next video will be... If you have any suggestions, you can make them clear in the commenters, in the commentary. British Morgan, MAGA, and America having a meltdown or abstain. Okay, let's see this.
From humbling Twitch's biggest star without a single insult to comparing...
What is this? YouTuber? Okay, I don't know this. YouTuber, I thought that was a public Patrick CC. PewDiePie shutting down arrogant influencers.
Arrogant YouTuber to Big Chungus. In a world where clout makes people think they're the main character, PewDiePie's the one who brings them crashing back to reality. And these are the times PewDiePie humbled arrogant influencers. At first glance, Alinity was just another rising Twitch star, but she wasn't like most streamers.
In which way? I thought she was just mediocre. I mean...
Before drama and apology videos were a daily thing, Alinity was already giving the internet a masterclass in controversy, so it didn't take long for Alinity to get noticed for all the wrong reasons. From tossing her...
Wait, am I lagging? Am I lagging now? No, my bitrate is fine.
Get over her shoulder during a live stream like it was nothing.
Milo!
To even banning herself from Twitch after a wardrobe malfunction, since Twitch just looked the other way. Alinity did things on Twitch which would have gotten any other creator permanently banned from the platform. And when she got away with everything, Alinity started to think that the rules didn't apply to her. But that bubble was about to burst real soon. Because when PewDiePie came across Alinity's stream on one of his eye-tracking videos, he made a joke which just didn't sit right with her.
This is so annoying. Stupid Twitch thoughts. I just feel like they win over me, okay? And they're not gonna win over me. Stupid Twitch thoughts. No.
Seriously? He just said that?
But Alinity didn't just stop there, and she threatened to copy strike PewDiePie's video.
I'm gonna copy strike this guy, just for that word. Yo! Can we copy
So?
strike PewDiePie's latest video? Like right now? He called us Twitch thoughts.
And that's when things got
Actually,
really
I
shady.
don't know. Okay.
Because Alinity wasn't just bluffing when she threatened to copy strike PewDiePie. Behind the scenes, she was actually working with a company called Collab DRM, an agency that was filing copyright claims on videos that even mentioned Alinity, even if those videos were 100% protected under fair use. It didn't matter if it was a reaction, commentary, or a meme. If Alinity didn't like it, Collab DRM would take it down. And the worst part is that Alinity didn't even try to hide it. Instead, she bragged about it on stream.
It's a company.
That's really
called
cocky
Collab.
behavior.
And they sent me $700 last month from copy strike hitting people.
Creators like Alinity had found a way to game the system, and if she could remove PewDiePie's content, small YouTubers didn't stand a chance. However, PewDiePie didn't stay silent for long, and when he finally spoke up, he started by saying that his comment was meant as a joke, but even he admitted it might have crossed the line.
I definitely didn't mean it in a negative way. It's just a joking word. But I do want to apologize to Alinity. And be clear, it was never meant to hurt or upset anyone.
But then he turned the focus back on Alinity and her entitlement, and that's when things really escalated.
I know you don't portray yourself to be the smartest person, but I know you're not that dumb that you're not aware of what you're doing. Showing your underwear on stream, that's our fault, right? And then clicking on full screen right after. Bending over with your butt on camera, that's our fault, right? You're just looking at your butt hair.
PewDiePie explained how abusing copy strike laws wasn't just shady, it was also illegal.
You can get in serious trouble in legal court for abusing copyright laws.
But he didn't just stop there, and called out Alinity for committing marriage fraud.
She very publicly admits to committing marriage fraud, that she moved to...
I mean, if it could be actually the defamation claim in this point, if somebody is claiming the videos as a copyright, but it is not a copyright, and making the trouble for the other creator and publicly actually speaking that there has been a case of the copyright, but it wasn't, so that's some lies. And yeah, it could be, I think, the legal just legal consequences of this.
Colombia and marry this guy just so she can move to Canada.
You don't make any money. You work a lot. So I was like, no, hell no. So I married a Canadian, and I came to Canada. And then I divorced him.
And to give the final blow, PewDiePie exposed how Alinity has been getting special treatment from Twitch.
She then very publicly admits that she's been getting special favors from Twitch. But that's our fault. Just watch.
Imagine you guys, you stream for 5 years, full time. I've gotten drunk, I've fallen, my butt has shown, you know, and Twitch has been behind my back the whole time. Like, hey, it's okay, you know, just delete the clips, you know, we're cool. I've been good with Twitch. I've never even had a 24-hour suspension. I've never had a suspension on Twitch.
Maybe this is the problem. She's never actually been forced to be held accountable for her action. Twitch has, like she says, been giving her favors.
PewDiePie made it clear he wasn't going to let entitled creators walk all over him. He exposed how Twitch handed out bans like candy to some creators.
I mean, the Twitch has the preferences to the one side of the people and the one side of the political spectrum. They're biased to the other side of the political spectrum. So it pretty much explained on this case.
While Alinity got to just delete the VOD and move on like nothing happened. Alinity did try to come back at PewDiePie, claiming he was being sexist and setting a bad example for his young fans.
I take issue with someone like Felix degrading and minimizing women to what is largely a very young audience. Your audience is 12-year-olds hoping to see some cleavage. Are you kidding me? How delusional do you have to be to project this sort of statement?
But by then, the damage was done, and when no one took her side, she quickly deleted the post. PewDiePie had already humbled her, publicly and permanently. You'd think after all this whole mess, no one else would ever hit the copy strike button again, but apparently Pokimane didn't get the memo. Emon Ennis, better known as Pokimane, wasn't just another influencer. By 2018, she was the face of Twitch.
Get it off! Get it off! Gross!
With a bubbly personality and a kind reputation, Pokimane seemed almost immune to online backlash, but that public image didn't tell the full story. Behind the scenes, Pokimane had started showing signs of someone who didn't handle criticism well, whether it was complaining to sponsors of creators who call her out online, to calling her own fans out when they complained about—
She had so many controversies during her career, like not many actually creators actually has. So yeah, I think that she can actually say thank you to these controversies that they fueled her relevance as well, just because of any publicity is kind of a good publicity. I mean, not in the all extent, but sometimes. But yeah, she is really controversial.
The price of her cookie.
I know math is hard.
Like, in which controversies she has been on my during to my memory, like yeah, the cookie overpriced, and she was calling out the creators sponsors to cut the contract with this creator, which is fucked up, and recently he was just spelling the shit that's the fuck the rich people, like she exactly said this, and while being extremely rich, which is really hilarious from my point of view, and yeah.
When you're an idiot, but look, if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Pokimane's
and she as well said the N-word before.
Was rising with every stream, and then came the copyright strikes. Pokimane began filing copyright claims on videos that featured her, even when it was just screenshots or short clips. And in one stream, she said it out loud almost proudly. Well, I'm so sorry that it takes you a lot of time to steal other people's content. I'll be taking down some of your videos. That line hit the internet like a punch in the face, because the irony was impossible to ignore. Pokimane's own streams mostly involved her reacting to other people's content while chatting with her viewers. So when she copy-striked YouTuber Boblax's video, which was a simple recap of her feud with Keemstar, the internet wasn't just surprised, it was pissed. Boblack's video wasn't some hit piece, it was just a timeline of the fight with public tweets and archived clips. Yet, Pokimane took it down. Suddenly, the sweet Twitch star looked less like a creator protecting content and more like a control freak desperate to dodge bad publicity, and that's when PewDiePie stepped in. In his video titled "Stop Doing This," PewDiePie mentioned Pokimane by name, and while he said he understood her reasons, he wasn't about to give her a free pass.
So basically this Twitter drama became a even bigger drama thanks to the YouTube algorithm. So in a way, I can understand why you want to take down this video, because this selected thing blows up and becomes even bigger.
Without any yelling or insults, PewDiePie explained why abusing copyright tools was a dangerous precedent.
Is that you're just drawing more attention to it. It's a Streisand effect every single time. The more you try and hide something, the more people are gonna find out about it.
PewDiePie also pointed out how it's pretty hypocritical to copy strike others when your own content is built on reacting to theirs.
All these people that I brought up today
he's a really
have
wise
examples
guy.
of using other people's content for their own content. They could all get copyright striked just the same way they copyright strike other people or claim their videos.
And he was right. The moment Pokimane tried to silence the internet, more people started speaking up. As more and more people watched the videos, Pokimane's wholesome persona image started to fall apart. But right when the backlash peaked, Pokimane did what most creators never do. She actually listened.
PewDiePie actually hit the nail right on the head.
So in a way, I can understand why you want to take down this video.
But again, PewDiePie was in the right by saying,
But the problem here is that you're just drawing more attention to it.
trying to hide all that drama only ended up bringing more attention to it. Again, in the moment, I was just doing that because I thought it was something that would calm down all the drama.
She responded publicly and admitted that she was in the wrong. And instead of doubling down, she stepped back and apologized.
Although I was legally within my right
Oh,
to take
that
down a
was a
video,
nice apology, actually. I wasn't the rating here.
morally and as a content creator, it wasn't something that I should have done because, I mean, at the end of the day, those are tweets that me and Keem made publicly and videos that we made publicly. So I totally apologize for that.
And for once, the internet actually respected that. PewDiePie didn't cancel her. He corrected her with humor, clarity, the message across without turning it into an attack. And in the process, he held one of the biggest streamers accountable without turning it into war. While PewDiePie humbled Pokimane without making it personal, the next influencer wasn't so lucky. Lily Sign was one of the defining voices of early YouTube. From her viral skits as Superwoman to hosting her own late-night show, she broke barriers as one of the first South Asian women to dominate the platform. She was funny, relatable, and proved that hustle and heart could take you from your bedroom to billboards. But somewhere along the way, the hustle turned into entitlement. And when Forbes dropped their 2018 list of top 8 YouTubers with 0 women on it, Lily wasn't just disappointed, she was furious. Lily tweeted that 2 years ago it was almost even between male and female. Last year it was just me, and this year there are no females at all. I'm concerned the digital space is going to repeat the mistake of ancient industries. The tweet blew up. While some praised Lily for voicing her opinion, others pushed back and pointed out that the Forbes list was based purely on revenue, not popularity or representation. But Lily doubled down and went on Twitter again. Remind me why you are mad again. I'm not playing the gender card. I'm literally stating facts. Let's do better. I'm not your enemy. While some saw it as a powerful stand, PewDiePie and many others thought it sounded more like virtue signaling. Because let's be honest, Lily Sign wasn't exactly struggling. She had millions of subscribers, global brand deals, a book deal, and even her own late-night show. But instead of adapting her content or taking feedback, she chose to blame the system. And that...
Yeah, her ego has been a little bit damaged and she started the Twitter war against it. Okay.
didn't sit well with PewDiePie. So in his usual joking fashion, PewDiePie called Lily out and gave her tips on how to earn more revenue.
This is a crazy idea, but maybe you should plan a campaign or something like that to increase your revenue. Something about mental health. And then just come back and sell a bunch of merch afterwards. That would be a great idea. Maybe that will help you earn more revenue. Hey guys, I work too much. I need a break. Buy my hustle merch!
But PewDiePie didn't just stop there. He made sure to let Lily know that gender has nothing to do with YouTube revenue.
You don't get paid more or less based on your gender. AdSense pays the same way. If people want to subscribe to you, they generally do it because they enjoy your videos, not because of your gender. That's just ridiculous.
And then came the line that shut it all down.
But if you start complaining about this, you literally just sound like a crybaby and an idiot, which you are, Lily Sings. Just in case you weren't sure.
Some people said PewDiePie went too far, but he was just making a point. If the content's mid, no amount of activism can cover it up. If people aren't watching, it's not always sexism. Sometimes the videos are just bad. Lily later tried to cool the situation and tried to reach out to Pewd for a conversation, but PewDiePie couldn't care less. He just wasn't interested and never responded. Instead, he let his video do the talking. Because when Lily Sign was getting roasted for her awkward acting in the movie Fahrenheit 451, PewDiePie just couldn't sit back and watch.
Big Chungus has gotten so popular that they got a live action confirmed with it, and it's played by Lily Sings. Oh yes! Finally, a real actor playing a really important role. I'm so proud of this community.
At the end of the day, PewDiePie never held back when calling people out, because his fans knew he only spoke up when someone really crossed the line, and when that happens, you don't just lose the fight, you lose the internet. After roasting Lilithsign mercilessly, PewDiePie's next clash wasn't with a washed-up YouTuber, it was with a creator who was at his prime and pushed things way too far, cause this was KSI, a UK YouTube titan who boxed, rapped, vlogged, and turned every controversy into currency. KSI knew exactly how to stay in the spotlight, especially when his fight with Logan Paul became a chaotic spectacle that took over all of YouTube. It was loud and messy, exactly what KSI wanted. But PewDiePie wasn't buying it. To him, this wasn't a clash of titans, it was two clout chasers rehearsing a script. And when KSI made the crowd chant profanity about Logan's ex on stage, that's when Pewds decided it was time to speak up.
Now, KSI, he is a scumbag. You're both scumbags. KSI has made same comments about my future wife, Marzia. And I never respond to it because it's just cringy.
But KSI saw this as an opportunity to get even more clout.
I'm sure you heard what he said about you guys being scumbags and accused you of both being in just for the money. What do you think about that? Is that true?
Well, I mean, he has no ground to talk at all. He is probably... No, he is the person that ruined a lot of people's lives on YouTube with his comments and... his whole anti-Semitism, I can't even say the word, but yeah. So he didn't help with that. But you know, each to their own. He
started pulling up PewDiePie's old controversies, trying to turn all the drama into fresh headlines, just to keep the spotlight on himself. However, once PewDiePie realized what KSI was doing, he stopped responding. So now KSI didn't look like a rival. He looked like someone chasing headlines in a moment that had already moved on. Still, the beef...
Actually, it's not the first case of him cloud chasing after all the just drama has been gone. Even right now with the Denty DM, he's still cloud chasing. I think really long way past. The Denty DM actually made the one tweet. And the KSI started ranting about like the NTDM's goons are just starting to hate him and so on, and it's just looking not the best way for him. But still, I mean, he's extremely rich and extremely famous, and I think he could have done something less embarrassing than this.
Didn't stop there, because KSI just couldn't let it go. Because when KSI saw PewDiePie joke about his forehead, he tried to fire things up again by bringing up old PewDiePie versus T-Series feud. Like that still mattered. No matter what he did, PewDiePie still wouldn't bite. And sometimes, the best way to humble someone who's chasing a reaction is to give them nothing at all. PewDiePie had just shown that silence could humble louder voices. But his next feud wasn't about noise, it was about accountability. Trisha Paytas was one of the most unpredictable creators on YouTube. Every week she was creating something different. From a video of her crying on the kitchen floor to calling dogs human. Half the time, you couldn't tell if her content was real or just a performance. However, things took a weird turn in 2017 when Nicocado Avocado posted a heartfelt piano cover of her...
Wait. I just want to compare the faces. It's this girl, Nicocado. They're almost looking identical. What the hell? They're just the forgotten twins or something.
Her content was real or just a performance. However, things took a weird turn in 2017 when Nicocado Avocado posted a heartfelt piano cover of her song Warrior. Trisha praised it and promised to collaborate if he ever came to LA. But when Nicocado flew all the way from Colombia to Los Angeles just to meet her, Trisha ended up ghosting him. And when Nicocado finally spoke out about what happened, Trisha denied everything, pretending she barely even knew him.
I was never going to. I wasn't gonna like collab, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know where that came from.
Soon enough, Trisha started going on interviews, gloating that she wasn't even sorry about the situation.
Well, I feel like so many people, him and a lot of your fans, want to hear an...
What the fuck? I mean, I'm not judging. I'm just really confused. Just why did he choose this color for the beard? That's not looking... That's looking gay, to be honest. I mean, I'm fine about gays, but still.
But I'm not sorry.
And that's when PewDiePie had enough, and he dedicated an entire episode of his Cringe First Day series to Trisha.
Liar, manipulator, playing victim, aggressive, abusive.
PewDiePie came to Nicocado's defense and publicly called Trisha out, not just for ghosting him, but for the way she tried to rewrite the story.
I'll have you know that Trisha invited him to collab. He flew all the way from Colombia, and she just ghosted him. Cancel Trisha
Collab
Paytas
in Colombia.
right
The rhythm.
He didn't just stop there.
So now that we know that she's not a good person, it's okay to make fun of her! Yay!
PewDiePie even called out what everyone else was thinking, that Trisha was acting dumb on purpose just to get more views.
I feel like she does play into the dumb blonde role, like she purposely try and make her stupid.
Dogs are mammals, right? Yeah, dogs are mammals. They're humans, or no, they're not human. They're part of the animal kingdom that God created. I love you, Jesus.
That is an amazing sentence.
And to put the final nail in the coffin, PewDiePie did mention some things he liked about Trisha. And no, it's not what you're expecting.
She does have some likable qualities though, like she's
PewDiePie's response wasn't loud or dramatic, because it didn't need to be. With just one video, he managed to expose Trisha and say what everyone else had been thinking but never dared to say out loud. And to this day, PewDiePie lives in Trisha's head rent-free.
Like, PewDiePie, fuck all the way off. You're disgusting, your humor sucks, and you should stick to playing video games.
Okay. So the next video. And I think that will be the last video for today because it's getting late here. I uncovered pretty much the all recent news right now. I want to watch something about MMA right now. In case of I already watched many videos about the MMA today, so I will continue this topic
just shoots from
and finish with this one. Possibly if the video will be good enough. It will be a first round finish. Joe Rogan breaks down Khamzat versus DDP UFC 319. Let's see.
From like 15 feet away and gets a hold of your leg. And you gotta think his endurance is probably gonna be better.
Actually, I'm really hyped for this fight, and I would bet on DDP just because of my biases and because I like his fighting style more than Chimaev. But I think still that Chimaev is a really nice rival, and I really want to see him against the DDP. But from how I see that DDP is just bigger, he's more versatile, I guess. But Chimaev has the ultimate grappling, so it's like 50-50 on the paper. But from my heart, from how I see it, just DDP will overwhelm Khamzat. But you will never know, of course, what will happen. It's just about the time will tell, of course, here.
85 than it was at 70 because of the cut for Khamzat. It's like 85 is really where he should have been all along.
Do you think it's different with Duplessis? Because he can wrestle.
He can wrestle. He's got very good jiu-jitsu. He hits fucking hard, and he's a big, durable dude.
Is Khamzat going to be able to take
Yeah,
him
exactly,
down?
exactly. I don't think that Khamzat actually fought against that big guy before. I mean, the Usman was big, but Usman wasn't in the full camp, and actually Usman did some work to the Khamzat to actually if the Usman would fight with a full prep, with the full camp, the result can be different, but that's of course alleged. And yeah, I think with the DDP it can be either close or the DDP, I mean, anybody could win, but I'm really rooting for the DDP right here.
Absolutely, he'll be able to take me down. This is how a fight works. I would hope so. Isn't he like some Swedish champion or something? I would hope he could take me down. But then he has to deal with me on the ground, and he has to keep me there. Can I take Khamzat down? Absolutely. Am I going to take Khamzat down? Absolutely. I'm not scared of Khamzat wrestling. I'm not evading. I'm not trying to stay off the ground with Khamzat. That's the mistake everybody makes.
Is he good enough to defend the takedowns of Chimaev? Let's go further with it. Is he good enough to take Chimaev down? I've never seen Chimaev lose a stand-up fight. I want you to know good Drickus is at a stand-up fight. Do you believe that Chimaev can tackle this man? Chimaev has gotten on top of everybody with no exception.
The excitement and anticipation among fans continue to grow as we inch closer to UFC 319, where Dricus du Plessis will face Khamzat Chimaev for the middleweight title. Joe Rogan fires up the fans by painting Khamzat as a terrifying terrifying force of nature, hinting that his move to a new weight class could unleash an even scarier version of him. He teases that despite past struggles, Khamzat might now be on a path to absolute dominance, and everyone should be watching closely.
Khamzat's a freak, man. Especially at 170.
Dude, but he can't make the weight. He's too unreliable.
He just needs to be a little bit more disciplined. Bro, 170, he's almost unstoppable. Even when Gilbert caught him on the noggin multiple times and dropped him, remember?
Yep.
Still kept going like that guy never stopped coming.
Joe Rogan sparks massive excitement by hinting that fans haven't
because the Khamzat didn't fought too much in the octagon and he didn't injure himself as much. So his skull and his basically mind isn't that affected by the concussions, and he obviously doesn't have the CTE because of how he speaks actually and performs. But yeah, that's just because he's a fresh person, fresh guy here. I mean, did I...
seen Khamzat's true form yet. He suggests that at this new weight, Khamzat might finally reach his ultimate potential, a version so dangerous that no one in the division is safe.
Khamzat just shoots from like 15 feet away and gets a hold of your legs. And you gotta think his endurance is probably gonna be better at 85 than it was at 70 because of the cut for Khamzat. It's like 85 is really where he should have been all along.
Joe Rogan further hypes up the potential clash by acknowledging the skills of DDP as well. He teases that Dreykus might be strong and dangerous, but questions if anyone can survive Khamzat's relentless ground game, leaving fans eager to see who really comes out on top.
He can wrestle, he's got very good jiu-jitsu, he hits hard, and he's a big, durable dude. But I don't know if he's going to be able to wrestle with that guy. Like, I don't know, man. The Khamzat's skill is so high level, it makes me wonder.
Meanwhile, Arman Sarukian has also officially joined Khamzat Chimaev's training camp to help him get ready for the epic clash against Dricus du Plessis. Arman's decision to join Khamzat's camp signals a major power move that could change everything. By teaming up, they're creating a dangerous alliance that promises to sharpen Khamzat's game to the highest level. This new partnership suggests Khamzat might be coming into this fight more unstoppable than ever. Arman Sarukian also reveals the brutal reality of stepping into Khamzat's world, describing a training atmosphere that pushes fighters past every limit. He shows that this isn't just preparation, it's a battlefield where only the toughest make it out stronger, ready to dominate anyone in their way.
How is it training with Khamzat? I mean, obviously there's so many stories about what that guy's capable of in the gym going back for about 10 years. What is it like for you to get in there and roll with him?
I mean, Khamzat, he's a tough guy, and he doesn't care if you're lighter than him, more than 25 pounds. He just go hard with everybody, and
I mean, I don't have too much to talk about these, so I think I'll move on. Just rooting for the DDP here, basically. We're gonna see the fight. So the next video is...
You want an AI robot girlfriend? Book a flight to Germany.
Wait. AI robot dolls are on the market in Germany and women are pissed. Let's see.
You want an AI robot girlfriend? Book a flight to Germany. They now have AI robot brothels there as well. I got a banger from Man Talk. Let's get straight into it.
We are living in a time that our ancestors dreamed of. We are able to work, make our own money.
I thought the AI robots will be launched in the Japan actually firstly before they will be created anywhere else and sold in the public. But the Germany has been faster here.
Live on our own, be single, not get married, not have children. We're able
and
to
yet you still have everything to complain about.
have those choices. And this is the first time in human history that women have had as much freedoms as we've had.
And we, as men, fully support you in that. That's why we stopped paying for dates and why we expect you to pay 50% of the bills, because equality, you know?
We don't really need a man for anything.
You're kidding, right? Stop it. Get some help.
Sure you do, sweetie.
Okay. Let's keep it at Thou Wow, chat. If all the plumbers, electricians, civil engineers, mechanical engineers, every guy that worked in STEM decided to not show up for the next month, society would crumble. Like, it would just society would be nuked internally.
You need men to breed the cats that'll be keeping your lovely ladies company when you're old and saggy.
You're goddamn right.
Or in some cases, when you're young and saggy too.
Man Talk be roasting, bro. I like Man Talk. He's good.
Being said, and I need you to understand, with that being the case, we are going to have, like, reform requires upheaval or some kind of disruption. So we are going to be disappointed with our relationships with men. That is the way it is. Until men catch up with the fact that we don't need them for these things, and therefore the way that they've been able to behave for the last centuries and centuries is not the way they're going to be able to behave anymore.
And how exactly are...
Bro, who's going to apply that pressure, though? Are y'all going to come out and apply the force to make men change? Because if you want men to change, you're going to have to force something, and I don't think you are going to be applying any real
It's going
force.
to take a while to click for them. So in that time that it takes them for that to click, we have to accept that we probably will not be able to have the kind of relationships with men that we would like to have. And that's okay. If we asked our ancestors...
Okay. She want to replace the man, and she's telling that the men are no longer relevant. So... yeah, that's just too delusional to actually argue with this, but I'll try a little. I mean, how she will exactly replace the whole workers where you need the brute force, because basically all the works, all the works where you have to just have to be strong enough, you're seeing only the man. And actually in Russia, the it's some works, like in the railway building, in possibly some manufacturer facilities, you cannot see even legally the women, because they're not allowed, because they are just weaker. They cannot handle this kind of physical work. So how would you replace this? And I mean, I don't even see how these kind of powerful works can be replaced in the future, because I think the intellectual and actually creational workers will be in more dangerous in the next decade, for example, because we already seen that the ChatGPT and all this AI stuff are doing with the creative material and so on, and can draw the pictures, can make the scientific researchers, and we don't see the actual robot body which is actually capable of making the hard work right now. So it's the longer way to replace these kind of people with the robots than replace the bomb. It's easier for me to imagine that we are making the incubator, and then we don't even need the woman anymore. But of course, I'm not supporting any of these kind of thoughts, like we don't need this, we don't need this. Just shut the fuck up. We need everybody, like woman and man. That's just ill kind of topic.
What would they prefer? To have to marry a man, or to have his children, or to have freedom and maybe would not have relationships with men anymore? They would choose not to have relationships with men anymore.
Oh, wow. So you know what your ancestors would pick. You know how arrogant you got to be to think this, bro? I know what my ancestors think. Women know all the answers, right? She knows what ancestors think thousands of years ago. I know what they would pick. They would say they want to be alone. Do you understand that the reason you're here, the reason you even have an existence, is because your parents got together, performed a coitus, and had you? Without a man and a woman, you're not even here to jack your jaws and run your lips and bump your gums on TikTok. It's just so funny to me, bro. The lack of self-awareness is palpable. Girl, why in the world is he your ex-boyfriend?
Hot boyfriend that is everything that you would want from a man. Everything. Hot, funny, smart, talented, very intelligent.
But yet he wasn't good enough. He still just wasn't good enough.
I already said that. Imagine you have that. Everything. And that man, you can't have a normal relationship with that man.
The level of stupidity, bro. You give them freaking everything they want.
It's sad, isn't it? No, Mr. President, it's actually hilarious.
Like, you give her this guy was everything that she wanted. He was funny, he was good looking, he's probably makes good money, but yet that just wasn't good enough.
AI art was wild. Wait.
I mean, if you are being too picky, you will end up with the 3 cats while being not that good looking, and the girls' peak is basically when they are young and beautiful, and when they are past it, their peak, I don't think that they will be that desirable anymore. They're just the reality, and I saw many just reports from the even the Chinese girls from the video which is covering the same kind of topic, where the Chinese girls are actually regretting to be too picky because they wanted like the ideal boyfriend, and they were that much picky that they end up without anybody, just in their 40s, and that's what the girls are about to face. These kind of girls. I mean, there are many girls, of course, and I think that the consequences are around, right behind the corner, and they will find out what they're asking for.
Till you hear about the cyber in Berlin, where men are literally lining up to sleep with robots. Yep, robots. This isn't an episode of Black Mirror. It's happening right now, and it's a terrifying glimpse into the future.
Yeah. I don't think it's terrifying. I think it's different strokes for different folks. If you ladies get to have all the robots and gadgets and Soulsucker 5000s, why can't we have something too? You ladies got stuff that... Wait a minute. They're batteries. Put some new batteries in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ladies get all these options, men don't.
In Berlin, actual establishments called cyber are opening their doors.
I mean, it depends of your... how the perverted you are. I think men, I mean, I didn't check, but I'm really sure that men have the toys too.
Companionship.
But you have to dig about it.
Anatomically correct dolls. They don't speak, they don't argue, they don't have needs, they're just cold, programmable.
Hey, who said it was cold? Maybe they can warm, maybe they have a warm-up function.
And built to serve on demand.
Bring in the fembots!
Bro, she's a fembot. I love this scene in Austin Powers, bro. It's so good.
Let that sink in. For 80 to 120 euros an hour, you can rent a synthetic woman.
No, you... See, the only thing I...
Wait, rent a synthetic woman. Rent. So, I wouldn't rent. Even in theory, if I would like to have that kind of doll, I wouldn't rent it because it was just gross. Somebody used it for their pleasurement, and then you want to do the same stuff in the same hall, you know? And even if that has been cleaned really well, I wouldn't say that will be the nicest thing to rent. The cleanest thing.
Don't like about the whole renting thing is like, are you going to be going in there and they've just cleaned it out? You know what I mean? Like, hey, she's good for a run, man. But I know Charlie was just in there for 2 hours. We cleaned her up. She's fine. Like, oh God, it's like borrowing your homie's fleshlight. Like, hey, you done with it? Hey man, you done with that? You mind if I get in there for you? It's like buying a used fleshlight on the Facebook Marketplace, selling it for $20. Hey man, I'll give you $5 cash right now. Like, oh.
brunette, petite, curvy, silicone or thermoplastic elastomer. They even let you pick the personality. This isn't just creepy, it's the ultimate fantasy of control.
Wait, I don't know. No. It looks like she's got a nose job, though. Isn't that the ultimate fantasy of control, changing your appearance?
Women are reduced to literal objects, and men are encouraged to bypass empathy, effort, and connection.
No, sweetie, you got it wrong. In the places you're talking about, women are not being reduced to literal objects because nobody is taking live women and turning them in.
Well, the women have objectified themselves, in my opinion. Women are selling their bodies. You know, the feminist movement, they're all independent now. Cool, like, do your thing. Like, I don't get why they're trying to downplay it. Like, men want connection. Cool, they can get that from a AI robot woman. Whatever.
Being annoying and hating on men and treating them like walking ATMs is what's trending now.
He knows that all women want is his money, so he acts like it. Prove him right by taking it. Take that money and go buy a business. Take that money and go invest it. Take that money and save it. And when you're done with him, leave him for the next chick to collect from. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay? Stop connecting to the man if you don't like the man. Get his money and bounce. Men have been doing this forever, except they will just sleep with the woman, not connect with her, and bounce. Do that with their money. At least you leave it with something.
This is not okay. This needs to stop.
It's just pure gold digging in every corner. Just gold digging. Get her a shovel. She's gold.
I mean, if you're only about the money in the relationships and hating, and yeah, probably hating the person, you always, that's just pure abuse, and it should be stopped. I mean, why are you in the relationships with this person in the first place if you are doing such of the things? No morals.
Let's hop into the Discord and see what you guys have, brother man. Let's see what you guys have.
Do you think society needs men more than women?
I was raised by my father that I do not need a man in any capacity. Other people around me.
Okay, all right. Yo daddy did a bad job already. Because I need men. You need men, I need men in every capacity. You like the lights running, you like your internet on, you like your water running, you need a man.
Tried to.
Hey, yeah, that's just a conversation about nothing almost. Like we need anybody. Like what the hell is this even? Okay, I think I will end the stream right now. So thanks for watching, and I will stream tomorrow actually for which time? Let me see. I don't know in the CET and EST which time that will be actually. So I will stream on the 10 a.m. ET until the 1 p.m. ET, and I don't know about the CET. Let me see. CED right now. Not getting used to this kind of time. CEST, oh my god. And scenes 4 till the 7 CEST. Okay. Stay tuned and goodbye.